Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to another beautiful day in Park City, Utah. Cooler this morning if you didn't get a chance to go outside, but incredibly beautiful. We'll have a chance. Part of the stretching activity this afternoon is for us to go out and take a group picture out on the balcony. So we'll have a chance to step outside for a couple of minutes during the meeting. Welcome. We had an incredibly productive pre-conferences on Tuesday. Yesterday was also incredibly informative. Had lots of national folks here who brought perspective to what we do every day, and I found that incredibly valuable. Today's kind of a rapid fire presentations among many of the NEMSIS staff to inform you and receive feedback from you. Really enjoyed the comments yesterday. There are about 15 to 20% of us that are really vocal and providing their perspectives. Not pointing you out, Peter. Anybody, we'd love other folks, right? If this is your chance to kind of enter your thoughts and your comments into the consensus that we attempt to reach on these topics. So please feel like you can share today. We'd love to hear from other folks and also those who shared yesterday. Couple of comments about the activities tonight. So the Basin Recreation Fieldhouse that we were able to attend last year had so much fun. That'll be open, and there'll be vans to take us there at 6:45. Anybody who has heard about, interested in, or is a veteran at pickleball is welcome to attend. If you've never played, but you've been interested or wanting to learn how to play, this is your chance to do it among people that you'll never see till next year, right? So if you want to learn, this is your chance. Sign-ups at the front desk. We'd love to have you. There's no limit. We'll have lots of vans going down there, so feel free to go down there. Also, again, visit Main Street. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to go up to Park City Main Street. I'll mention there's a rail. It's called the Rail Trail. It's right behind the hotel. It's a beautiful scenic pathway that goes in both directions from the hotel. If you head south, it's about 1.5 mile walk to Main Street. So it's a beautiful walk up to Main Street to use your Java Cow coupon for ice cream. And I'll mention we'll go up to Java Cow probably around 8:45 tonight. They close at 9 to pay the bill. So if you're going to use your coupon, if you'd be up there by about 8:30, that would be incredibly helpful. And then a couple thoughts about the scavenger hunt. Do you want to come up and talk about those, Lauri? Hopefully there's teams that are working on the scavenger hunt. I think you turn in your articles and pictures for the scavenger hunt from 8 to 9 tonight. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not too late to participate in the scavenger hunt. If you haven't already, you can pick up a list. And I wanted to make an announcement. There's one item that you can cross off. So it's a Ms. Pac-Man game that used to be downstairs in the game room that has left the building. So you will not find Miss Pac-Man, I do not think, anywhere nearby. So cross that one off. But everything else, Monet and I walked around this morning and everything is here. And you do not have to go downtown to find things this year. Everything really is within the hotel or within close proximity of the hotel grounds just outside the building. So within a few minutes walk, you should be able to find everything. And we have prizes for either the first 3 teams that turn everything in completed or the 3 teams that find the most items. So we'll be in the lobby collecting pictures or looking at your pictures from 8 to 9 tonight.
All right. Thank you so much, Lauri. Yeah, so lots of great activities, right? Find someone to walk the trail with you or come to play pickleball with us. Either will be fantastic. There are maps at the front desk to the rail trail, and they'll direct you as to how to start it, which direction to go. So no worries about getting lost in the middle of Park City. That won't happen. All right, great. Well, I'm happy to introduce our our keynote today, Dr. Craig Weinschenk, who is the principal investigator for the NERIS project and kind of the senior architect of that. We've had the opportunity to track his work and what they're doing in regards to NERIS. They're close to a rollout. We're excited to have Craig here. Would love to have you come up, Craig. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Y'all hear me all right? It's working good. Awesome. Clay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity today to kind of give an update of where we are on the NERIS project. I would probably call it the most aggressive thing I've ever worked on in my time. And prior to NERIS, I was setting strip malls on fire. So the scale is just for some point of reference. As Clay said, we are ready to launch November 4th for version 1. And so today I'll kind of give you all a little bit of history of the project, kind of tell you kind of where we are, where we're going, and all the things that are out there for connecting with vendors and fire departments and everything in between. If there's questions at any point, feel free to just raise your hand. This room is very wide, so if I don't see you straight away, I apologize. You can always just yell at me. The way I look at this, my responsibility as principal investigator is that if things go wrong, my name's Craig Weinschenk. You can email me. You can find me. If things go well, you should never know who I am, right? This should be a fire service centric project. The fire service should benefit and everyone else in that ecosystem from top to bottom. So there's kind of 4 main topics today that I want to talk about. A little bit of our development pathway, as this has been basically a 15-month sprint to get where we are. We got the contract to start building NERIS May 5th of 2024, and we will launch version 1 November 4th, 2025 or 2024. So 2023 to 2024. Everything's a blur. I've been working every single day for the last 18 months. So we'll talk about our development, some of the testing. We've got 60 departments currently testing the system. And as y'all know, the fire service is probably the best there is at breaking stuff. And so they've been giving it their best shot to find all the edge cases to break the system. And then we go back in and fix it all along the way. We'll talk a little bit about the launch, what that looks like, where we're going from both November all the way through January when we start to become a system of record, and then kind of what's next. What does the next kind of 6 to 18 months look like on this project? So for those folks who probably know, then NFIRS has been kind of the system of record for fire incident data since we'll say 77, I think. It really kind of started in 1975. There's 3 states that were part of the initial rollout. It was Minnesota, Missouri, and South Dakota were the first 3 states that actually participated in the NFIRS project. This all came out of the America Burning Report that started the United States Fire Administration, which then started basically NFIRS. 4.0 came 10 years later. 5.0 came in 1999, and we haven't had a significant change to the NFIRS project in the last 25 years. And for folks who are kind of used to responding to calls or in the fire service ecosystem, I think we can all agree that the fire service and the fire ground and the hazards we're responding to have changed quite a bit in the last 25 years. We need to kind of modernize the system. And so that's what set all this off was also not creating NFIRS 6.0, right? Was rethinking the whole system from the ground up, because we had to change the architecture, change the schema sets, basically build everything from zero. The other big piece is NFIRS is decommissioning regardless of whether NERIS succeeds, right? So that NFIRS is currently living on some bare metal servers in Mount Weather. It's getting somewhat migrated to the cloud to stay alive for another year, so we can decommission it at the end of 2025. But regardless, it is getting shut down by the federal government 12/31/25. We don't have a say in it, so we've got to be up and running. We've got to be successful. We've got to get things moving. So that really drives the accelerated pace of this entire project. We had 25 years of stagnant and then 18 months of absolute chaos. Probably sounds familiar to a lot of fire incidents and stuff too, right? Sitting around and all of a sudden the bells go off and we'll respond. And so the goal ultimately, right, is to empower fire and emergency services to be kind of to equip them with the information they need. And we say near real time a lot in the NERIS project. And really what we mean by that is not so much the fact that we are operational in the sense that NERIS will be operating while calls are open. This is all post completion of an incident, but it's removing that 2-year lag at the federal level. It's removing that 1-year lag at the state level, right? It's if we can submit a call into the database, it's now first class available at the state and federal level. right? We don't have to have that lag that we've always had to try to understand the fire and emergency services problems that we're responding to every single day. So by design, we've kind of run very lean on our schemas, especially when it comes to PII and any kind of identifiable information. That allows us to move at this pace, also allows us to share with everybody. Because we're not collecting any kind of sensitive information, right? It really allows us to become a hub, sending information to all of these other more secure data sets. So we can capture all that incident response information, and then with our APIs, basically give feeds to all the parties that need it. So when I say, aggressive timeline, I really wanted to put this up here because it kind of maybe illustrates a little bit, right? So in October of last year, so just about a year ago now, we had our first kickoff meetings with our technical panel, and Clay's on our technical panel for the project. We have folks from NOAA, from DHS, from all across the federal government, and then all across the fire service. So we have a kind of a lot of folks that have a variance of experience so that we can make sure we're driving the system properly. So we kicked off with our panels in November. We had our first schemas out publicly in December of 2023. We had about 1,600 comments. There is kind of that adage, right? Don't read the comments. It's true. We had to read them all. And some of them were pretty aggressive, right? Because people don't like change. But a lot of them were very, very good, right? So the feedback from the fire service, right? It's building alongside of them. If we're not open and transparent with our schemas, with everything along the way, right, we're going to build something that doesn't help the fire service. So all those 1,600 comments were adjudicated. Our schemas were updated. They were released back out in beta in, I think, June, July timeframe. And even though they weren't necessarily out for engagement again, the comments still came flooding back in, right? They know our email addresses. So everyone keeps sending them to ensure that we're moving in the right direction. We had our first in-person meeting in March with our panels and our first beta departments. So we had 6 prototype departments come on board in March. So that's basically 9 months after the start of the project. We were testing departments in the platform. Then we had a meeting with the vendors out in California in May in Esri's campus out in California, which was quite warm, but very, very functional meeting. Got to meet with CAD vendors and RMS vendors and make sure we're on the right track, make sure that what we're sharing and what we're going to be giving out is right for folks to build against, right? So we can do all these things, but if we do it in a bubble, again, it can lead to some serious challenges. So again, being open, transparent, and taking input from the vendor community was critical because, right, we're not going to build this on an island. We know that departments have RMSs. We know departments have CAD systems, right? And we want to be able to connect to them to alleviate some of the data entry challenges. And then fast forward to October, right, where we are, the 24th today. We go live in a week from Monday. So it's a little stressful around the FSRI parts over the next 10 days as we finalize and button up all of the final pushes to get our production environment up and running. But that's exciting news to, again, have that in basically a year and a half. So at the core, what is NERIS, right? So there's kind of 3 big things I like to consider when we think about the project itself. So at the core, it's a collection piece, right? And so just like NFIRS, we have a data collection app that we've built. You can use our platform to submit incident data. But obviously, for most sophisticated large departments, you're going to want a CAD RMS. There's a lot more information you're going to have that you're going to want to track locally. And so the collection piece is you can connect a CAD or an RMS system to us. We have basically a REST API service that's publicly available in a test environment for the vendors are testing against. So that's all been public for the last several months. And so the vendors can submit directly into the system. So as soon as you close that call locally, then it sends to our API and gets into the NERIS database, or you can use our collection app. Then the next piece is, all right, well, if we're going to ask you to collect something, right? So our big piece here at NERIS is if we're going to ask for something, we better give something back. And that's where we say with this data enrichment and data analytics, right? So when you submit a data into our database, we're automatically going to hit the weather APIs and add that first class. So you don't have to enter that locally. We're going to tap into a federal property database. So we're going to get parcel information, things like assessed value, land value, square footage, acreage, all of those things we can tap into first class. Every incident gets enriched. We're going to tap into wildfire sensors. So out west, when you know if there has been a wildfire, maybe there isn't, we can start to ping those sensors to see how accurate they are relative to the calls that we're running. We're going to tap into all the census tract information. So social vulnerability, climate vulnerability, and all those things all get appended to the call. So every call gets enriched. So we have all this additional information as you move through the system. And the next thing is all that gets shared back out. So whether you're even at the RMS system, right, you can pull all that extra enriched data back down to your local department if you so choose, or you can use our platform and look at our dashboards and a lot of the other services we'll be providing for free within the platform. So again, it's if we're going to ask you to collect, we better provide some value back so this data even has more enhanced value to you as a user, as a fire chief, as a firefighter, and anywhere in between. And then the last piece is the share. So this is the big piece, right? Is we've got to build a system that has usable endpoints and compatibility. So first class USFA and state fire marshals around the country get immediate access to the data in their states or respective, federal level data sets. So this is really important. No longer do we have to wrangle all of this data at the state and federal level, pulling between 2 different or 3 different data sets and trying to wrangle it through all the fire departments. Right, everything in NERIS is geospatial first class, so we'll know every department that's contributing or not contributing within your state. We can target those states or those departments and say, hey, why aren't you contributing? When we start to do assessments, because we know geospatially how many people they're protecting, we can start to do uncertainty estimates on call volumes and things like that, because it's all quantified. The really exciting part is then the state, right? As soon as that call is submitted, they get a read-only copy in their node in the network. Right, so they immediately can start to see these trends and analyze things at the state level. Same thing for USFA. So that's what's really kind of changed the game a little bit as far as having to wrangle and reach out to the departments, get things emailed, or having vendors email or FTP upload into the system. There's a secure API endpoint, right? Get your credentials, right? Your client ID and client secret, and you can start sending to the NERIS IDs you have access to. Right? And the last piece is there's going to be a national public feed. Don't really have it there, but there's a local fire department. So the local fire department gets access to their data. They can export it at will. They'll have, they'll have dashboards. They'll have, full looks at every incident that they've been submitting for all time in the database. So that's really exciting that they'll have all the visualizations that they want. Now, a lot of departments are a lot more sophisticated than we're going to provide, but for, it's about creating equity across the fire service, right? So for that one station, small volunteer department in the rural parts of this country, they'll have the same capabilities as, the 220 department or 220 station FDNY. So it's about, if we can do it for them, we can do it for everybody. Now, obviously, data statistics and things start to break down when you have low call volumes. So there's going to be some limitations, but at least they'll have access to all the same features and capabilities. So what are we collecting, right? So cool, it's great. Craig's shown all these kind of clever slides, but at the core, what is NERIS? And it starts at this top piece, the core entity data specification, right? That's what our attempt is to describe what a fire department is. So every entity in the system, whether you're a fire department, you're a state fire marshal, you're a research organization, you have an entity specification. So it defines what you are and what you do. For the fire services is all their stations, their staffing, their units, the services they provide, their departmental boundaries, right? So now all their mutual and automatic aid agreements, any of the combination departments that might have volunteer departments inside of them, like the metro area where I live in DC, right, where we have a career county department and volunteer departments inside of them. All of this is described here. The really cool part is folks here may or may not know of the USFA census. It's a very manual process that gets emailed out every year. Well, we can just do this now first class, right? When you log into your bank and like, hey, your email hasn't been updated. Do you want to check it? We'll be doing those same kind of things periodically to the system owners of each of the departments in the system. Hey, have you updated your stations? Have you updated your boundary, right? Please confirm all of these things every 6 months or a year. We got to work it out, right? We don't want to nag people too much, but we do want to make sure that we're staying up to date. The really exciting part is all of this then gets shared back publicly through the Highfeld data set as a public feature service. So now everyone has access to every boundary in the country, every station in the country, every department in the country, right? Why should we not share this publicly? Because everyone can benefit from learning and running models on all of these things. The exciting part is once you know that, right, then when we start to have all this incident data, we can start to understand aid better, right? Mutual aid, automatic aid, all of those connection parts. We can also understand and start to run models on resiliency across the country. So if we know where all the units are and all the stations are and all the departments are, right, we can start to understand how we can respond to large scale events. By a show of hands, anyone know how many, or a hand if anyone knows, how many fire departments there are in the United States? We got 6,000, 32,000. I can tell you that that's a little high. Here's the fun fact. We don't actually know. Right? We know approximately it's somewhere around 27,000. So there was a 26,000 guess or whatever, 25. Yeah, is really close. But like the chances we don't know, right? We have an estimate. And that's part of the problem because we've never linked all these pieces together. Everything's been manually and everything's been in like 9 different data sets. Right. So if we don't know how many fire departments, how many stations do you think we have in the country? I hint it's more than 26,000. It's about 54,000. So if we're kind of gray on number of departments, gray on number of stations, how many engines do you think we have that can respond to a call? I have no idea, but we're going to find out. Right. And that's the really exciting part is also just building this. What is our capability as an American Fire Service to respond to incidents across the country? Right. That's the really exciting part just on the core data schema. Right. And we can share all of this. Right. That's the biggest piece is NEMSIS can connect and grab all of this information. You want to know where every ambulance is that we know of? You've got it. Right. There's nothing that we can't share with y'all. So that's the really exciting part because then we can start to put all these pieces together. Right. Because so many things are hey, the vendor knows all their client information. Absolutely. Right, probably know better than anybody in the world, but everyone's in all these silos, right? So how do we break down some of these silos to share this information to the fire service at large, right? So that we can all benefit, right? So every vendor would also have all access to all of this other stuff too, right? Because it's all publicly available information. So then as we start to go into the incident piece, right? We've got these 2 dark squares on the left-hand side. And by the way, I tend to ramble a little bit. I apologize. We'll pick pace back up. As we move down the left-hand side, we've got our CAD interface, dispatch schema, and our incident data schema. That's our core data collection elements. That's where did we go? What did we do? What did we do when we got there? Who was there? All those kind of core elements that you're probably used to seeing in NFIRS. What we did here a little differently with this project is that incident data analysis schema, we basically decoupled it, right? So that's our investigation module. So often in NFIRS, right, the call never gets closed on time because the investigators backlogged or they might not get to the call for 2 or 3 weeks. And so we can never close that call. And then we start getting this huge backlog or technical debt of call volume. By decoupling it, we can close that incident response or that initial incident response, get that record into the database so much faster. And then we can append this record on top of it. So we've decoupled it. Now, some departments may want to run this back to back to back and go right through. And absolutely, you can completely do that. Right, but you don't have to anymore. And so if that investigator is going to be a week late or 2 weeks late, right, you don't have to hold up the call volume. So we can start to understand the risk you're responding to in real time. The other really exciting piece is looping in community risk reduction. How many folks are out there doing mobile integrated health, community paramedicine, all of the smoke alarm testing, all of those things, right? We can track in our community risk reduction schemas, right? It's all geospatial, so we know where we're doing all of these things. And now we can augment our incident data with data we're collecting ourselves. So the really cool part is now if we want to do a smoke alarm installation, we're looking at all these calls and say, hey, yeah, maybe we didn't have we had early notification of this call. Oh, it's because we were out there last week doing smoke alarm installations. So if we can put all these pieces together, right, we can better tell the story of our risk, our response, and all of those things in between. And the last piece over there is our health and data schema. That's all about exposure, right? The number 1 killer for the fire service right now is cancer, right? We need to understand the exposures on the scenes. Now, for our data system, we're not tracking at the individual level, right? Because putting all that PII into our system would change the entire security perspective. But we want to know if the call had an exposure, right? Give me the types of exposures on these calls, right? We know the units, and then at the local level, if you're tracking all the individuals, we'll be able to augment all of that stuff for you. But the big piece is we want to know that the calls themselves have exposure. So there could be a swift water rescue following a hurricane is an exposure from all of the toxicity in the water, right? We've got smoke exposures, heat exposures, all those things. We need to start layering on top of these calls, right, to understand that these are real hazards that they're responding to every single day. So I'm going to walk through a couple more slides that are kind of some key changes that we've done and thinking a little differently relative to how the legacy system worked. And the first is how we think about incident type. So historically in NFIRS, it was one type to rule them all, right? Lord of the Rings type thing. We've got one, this is the master incident type, and that's it. How many times do we respond to a call that's more complex than that? Right? What if we have a car crash, right, that was onset because of a heart attack and then that car caught on fire? Well, if you got to fill out your EPCR, you're not going to fill out a second NFIRS report to track the fire. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Or you're triaging, or you're not adding the medical component to the NFIRS report because, well, I can only select fire. So now you can select, yeah, it was a fire, transportation fire, and a medical, motor vehicle accident with an injury, or it was a heart attack that caused a motor vehicle accident. So we can start to layer on the complexity. Because one of the big things that the general public doesn't understand, so when we respond on a highway to a car crash and we've got a heavy rescue, we've got a ambulance, right? We've got a paramedic, we've got a apparatus with water, right? Why do we have all these vehicles here? It's because all of these things are specialized skills, specialized tools, right? Because the response is complex, right? What if we've got a spill in a fire or any number of these combinations, right? We now support multiple incident types across the board, right? So this really allows us to better tell the story of the complexity of the response for the U.S. Fire Service. The next piece is around our actions and tactics. Obviously, as the fire service has evolved and we've gotten better in terms of understanding tactical responses on the fire ground, we should have actions and tactics that reflect the modern day approach to responding, not just from a fire perspective, but also from a hazmat perspective or providing information or support services or any of the things that the fire service does, right? Because you call 911, the firefighters are showing up. Right. And so we need to be able to track all the different responses. And the second bullet, I probably should have made it the first one, but probably the most important thing I think we're doing in this system, right? And we're still tracking casualties, right? Non-fatal and fatal casualties. It's a very important thing to understand how many people are dying in fires, how many people are dying in any of these responses that the fire service is going to. But you know what we don't track at the national level right now? It's how many people we save. There's not a single metric that the U.S. government collects, right, about how many people are saved by the American Fire Service, which is mind-blowing to me. So we're going to change that, right? We're now going to track rescues. The crazy part is the fire service is wanting this so long, they stood up their own data system. For folks who know the fire service, I've yet to meet a firefighter that joined the fire service to collect data. And if that person exists, I want to meet them. I'll shake their hand and this will be wonderful. But I've yet to meet that person. I don't know if they necessarily exist. However, the fire service was so fed up with not tracking saves that they built their own data system. It's called the Firefighter Rescue Survey. All voluntary, spun up by firefighters out of a Google survey, basically. Right? So we need to do better than that. Now we're going to track that full time at the national level, right? And so now we can tell that story if the firefighter or the fire service is needing additional resources, right? Which is better? Oh, we lost 100 people or we saved 100 people. We want to save that next 100. We need these additional resources, right? So we need to tell the complete story of everything that the fire service does, especially when they're putting their lives on the line every day to help us. And the last piece is kind of this emerging hazards, right? All those things that are coming out that we don't really have a good feel on, right? Particularly right now, we're seeing a lot with lithium-ion batteries. Some would argue that it's not emerging. It is here, and I would agree. But until the data system's up and running, we don't have another way to see the emerging hazards. So we're going to start with something we know we need to quantify, right? We know the fire service needs to understand this problem. And so we've been working across the country with all the different fire departments that have been tracking this locally to develop a schema that will align with them. So this is really exciting, but this is just the start, right? As new hazards emerge, right, we'll be able to add to this whole kind of subtable in the database. Say, yeah, we're going to add an additional question to the emerging hazards module this quarter because we need to understand maybe it's the avian flu H5N1, right? That might jump to humans at any time. So we might need to track that specifically. So we have the flexibility to understand kind of not just fire emerging hazards, but all hazards that the fire service might respond to. And so cool, we've got all this stuff. And so the next big piece is, well, great, maybe you're intrigued, right? I want some of this information. So how do we get there? Well, the entire platform is built around, basically it's API driven, right? Even internally, our front end, when you interact with the NERIS platform, all the data for all those departments is coming from our database, right? So we're making API calls back to serve all that information up, right? So then as a vendor, you can submit to our endpoints, right? So all the incident data that you're collecting for your clients, you'd be able to submit to our endpoints. Even our front end, our front end wraps into our API as well for data collection. So one, it makes it really, really clear, hey, this is the payload that we're going to accept. Here's all of the rules around the API. And I know we've got to do some additional documentation on some of our rules there. There's been some requests and we're working on it, I promise. But there's a lot going on in the next 10 days, so bear with us. But the really cool part is both from an ingest and export, right? Everything is API driven. So you don't have an FTP upload. So for validation rules, right? Like if you submit a payload that doesn't get through the API, there you go, right? It's just rejected, right? So we don't have to worry about, oh, well, we uploaded some file and then it's going to get scanned somewhere down the line and maybe it doesn't meet validation. I mean, the API is the validation. All the rules are there, right? It really kind of enforces our structure. And we kind of treated the entire design and I use this analogy of belt and suspenders. Right now, I'm only rocking the belt, but if we think about belt and suspenders, so our database is designed in such a way that even if it got through the API, it would never even get to the database, right? So the database and API are working hand in hand as a belt and suspenders approach to have strict enforcement of data quality. So like the API can't connect to, like we couldn't write the API to our database in the first place if, we were in violation of the inherent data structure. So there's certain elements in the data schema, right, that can't exist at the same time. And so because of that, right, the database and the API are designed in lockstep to prevent kind of bad data from getting in. So that's been a really powerful thing for us in terms of trying to take away a lot of the manual piece. Is you'll get a 500 or whatever from the API with the request header back of like from Pydantic. Here's all the information of why this didn't meet validation. So first class, you'll just get it straight away. You make those edits and resubmit the payload, and you'll be good to go. The other cool part, right, is we do have a sandbox set up right now. So there's about 60 vendors testing in our sandbox. Right now, it's all based on individual accounts. We are working when we go to production to have kind of then the actual vendor level account. But the cool part is you can test against the API. You can authorize through our API docs or actually through we also released a PyPy or a Python client. So you can go to PyPy where you can just pip install the NERIS API client, which is kind of cool. As a nerd, that was kind of fun when we finally got that out there. And you're like, oh, we can pip install our own stuff. And the last bullet I'll say we've been a little weak on, I apologize, is having these NERIS office hours. I know that's kind of a big staple of the NEMSIS project. And it's just, we're developing so fast with this deadline ahead of us that we've kind of haven't been as robust as we should be. But there'll be more coming as things kind of get stable, at least on our end for the next several months. So there'll be a lot more of those coming and more availability to ask questions with us and the full development team as well. And so for folks who are interested, you can use that QR code. That'll take you to our Swagger docs for the API. We will be releasing a version 1 that will lock down for the next probably calendar year, November 4th. So that's super exciting. I know all the vendors here that I've had the pleasure of working with in the past are all thankful for that. I'll say me too. There's been a lot of scrambling on our end to finalize the schemas. We did a code freeze last night at like 10 p.m. So the final API edits are now working their way through our dev and test environments for you guys. So we also have, if you go to our GitHub, I should have put a link on there. Maybe I do, maybe I don't in the presentation. But our public GitHub, all of our schemas are there. Links to both our API docs and Swagger and Redoc if you like that as well. We also have examples on how to connect and authorize through the system. So all that's publicly available on our GitHub, ulfsri/NERIS framework. And if there's questions, I can share that stuff as well. We also have a help desk. So if there's requests for vendor accounts into our API system, it's that fourth one there. This QR code will take you to the help desk. So if there are questions, comments, concerns, you're just angry at Craig, I answer them all. So goes to me. Everything goes to me at the end of the day, right? That's the challenge of the role that I'm in at the moment. So I need to lose some weight. If you have issues, if you have comments, requests, all those things can filter in and we'll get on responding to them ASAP. Well, maybe not right now because I'm up here, but give me a few minutes and we'll get to those responses. And so the last piece I wanted to kind of wrap up before, actually, I've only got a few more minutes. So one of the cool parts, right, and one of the challenges with a system like this, right, is that top piece, that above the water iceberg type challenge, right, is the perception of NERIS, what people see, right? We can only be out at so many talks. We can only show so much publicly, right, at any given time. We've tried to put all of this stuff out there from the start, right, is having the public GitHub, having all of this stuff out there, having the webinars, and we have one on next Tuesday for those interested. There's a QR code coming. But behind the scenes, right, there's so much that goes into it, right? So just thinking from our system architecture, building on a Kubernetes environment that allow us to scale horizontally as load challenges. But our API is designed to handle 10,000 requests per minute at a 0.5 second latency, right? We can probably scale that up even more, right, if we wanted to just dump more resources in, right? So the really cool part is just the time spent thinking about how do we build a system, right, that's scalable, that can handle 32 million calls a year. It's approximately how many responses there are in the U.S. Fire Service. So we've got to be able to handle that. So that goes from our architecture to our API. But at the same time, as we're building our API, it's like, well, what are we going to collect, right? Our task was to rethink how we collect data around the fire service and fire response and really all hazards response, right? So we didn't want to build NFIRS 6.0, so we had to rethink and rebuild and re-architect a lot of our data schemas. And then that last piece is when you see a dashboard on the NERIS platform, all of the things in the data transformations, right, from the normalized payload that comes into the API to something that's human readable and understandable, and with the metrics that make sense for the fire service, right? It's one thing to be like, oh, well, here's all your incident data. What do you want to know? Well, I want to know my 90th percentile response time, right? I want to know how fast I got water on the fire. Right, we need to have the metrics that make sense for the folks that need to make those decisions, right? Give people the right information at the right time. And so a little bit about our testing as I'll pick up the pace here. So currently we have 61 departments testing. They've submitted around 1,600 test incidents into our database. So we basically charged them, come up with the craziest, most ridiculous responses you've had in your career, try to put them into the system, tell us where we fail. And then at the same time, give us the bread and butter to make sure that we're really efficient on both ends of the puzzle. And they've been very, very good. So the really cool part of that picture you might not be able to see is from the Louisville Fire Department. They're one of our beta departments, but that's a rope rescue and a motor vehicle accident on a bridge, right? So we can code all that. They were like, yeah, we put this in no problem, right? And it's a multi-incident type. It's not just a rescue because there's obviously multiple car collisions, right, going on this bridge. Right, so these things are now first class supported in the platform. A little breakdown of the departments. So we see we've got a pretty good spatial coverage. The Northwest is a little sparse at the moment, but in the next 100, all of that will fill in as we onboard 100 starting in November. So we'll be up to about 160 then. We have a breakdown from full career to all volunteer and everything in between. And we have, I think there's like 4 or 5 that protect 2,500 or less, and then 6 or 7 that protect more than 1 million. So from FDNY to Pierre, rural South Dakota, and everything in between. Because again, we've got to build this and have the equity for the fire service, right? So that the Pierre, rural, and the FDNY both benefit from the system. And this is an example of one of our dashboards that will be out there. So this is kind of, imagine a snapshot at the national level, right? But there'll be a mirror image at every state, right? So you'll have some information around the incident location, and you can see on the icons there when there's multiple incident types, how this starts to stack and easily be visible, right? That, yeah, this is a fire and a medical incident, or a medical and a medical incident that happened to also be a non-emergency incident, right? So all these things stack, and we can quickly start to visualize all this. You can click on that, it'll zoom into the location, then you can read the report and things like that. But there's just some heads up information, right? The big one, right? Guess it doesn't make sense when there's nine screens to point on just one. But the fact that we've also got to rethink the number of responses, right? So it's not just that there's 250 incidents or 255 incidents on the screen. It's that there's 780 units deployed or dispatched, right, to respond to those 255 calls, right? So when we're telling the story to the American public, right, there's a reason why. It's because these incidents are complex. We need resources, right? Would you rather have 1 person or 5 person on that crew when they're coming to save your child or your pet or anything in between? So that's a big deal, right? We need to rethink also how we communicate to the American public as well. And so again, I've said this a couple of times, launching 11/4, which is exciting. So we don't officially start taking records until January 1st. But this allows the production environment to be up. It allows us to finalize all the schemas, finalize the API, and gives that 2-month buffer for vendors who want to be ready for 1/1 or also all the way through 2025. So 2025 is going to be kind of the hybrid year for data reporting across the country, as some departments will be reporting into NFIRS for the first part of the year until they're transitioning over. Because, right, we've got to onboard somewhere around 26,000 fire departments in this country. So right now we'll be at 165 in December. Our goal is to add another 500 by February, 1,500 by the midsummer, and then chaos. Because we've got to get to 26,000 by the end of the year. So these are kind of, I think, a little conservative. My guess is we'll be, opening up to vendor-led onboarding or in concert with us right throughout the summer and into the fall. The big thing we want to avoid is kind of a healthcare.gov experience, right, where we've opened the gates too soon, things get flooded, there's a bad experience, and then everyone's upset, right? The fire departments are upset, the vendors upset, FSRI is upset, USFA is upset, right? We don't want that. So we would, it's this balance of aggression and patience, which is kind of, I guess, counterintuitive, but we're going to move as fast as we can in deliberate steps and work alongside all the partners to make this a reality. Now, for folks, if you have clients, right? So if there are departments that aren't going to be in this first wave of onboarding but are ready, I mean, you can still collect all the NERIS compatible data locally, right? 1/1, and then just send it in batch to the API whenever that department's onboarded. Right, so you don't have to be onboarded, right, to be collecting NERIS compatible data. When your turn is up or your ticket is up, right, then we can work and send 10,000 calls, right? Maybe we do it in 5,000 batches, right? So we don't flood the API, but all that stuff is possible. So there's those kind of things that we're building that resiliency to then all that data is just backlogged in the data, right? It all just shows up in the database, and you'll be ready to rock and roll. So we are going to have a kind of a launch webinar, as folks have maybe seen some ones prior. I think we do one a quarter. That's a QR code to register. We'll be going live on 1 p.m. on the 29th. You will see me there too, whether you like it or not. So hopefully this was a good experience, because you'll see some if you sign up. But we have a panel discussion with some of the beta department chiefs, as well as I think Steve and Lauri are chatting as well. So it'll be a busy day for us amongst many other busy days, but excited to get to this point for a rollout. And I think I've got about 5 minutes left. So we look to kind of what's next. Historically, when we talk about kind of a fire department, this is kind of the traditional metrics that we've used, right? How many firefighters are there, how many people are protected, what the budget is, the stations, right? And all these things are important. We need to know this, right? This establishes kind of some baseline counting statistics. But where we want to go is to this larger fire department fingerprint. And the reason why is because the community is far more complex than just some of those counting statistics, right? We have a distribution of buildings. Those buildings have a distribution of risk. Right? We have a distribution of climate vulnerability in the community. I live in Baltimore, Maryland, right? Certain parts of that city have far drastically different risk from both social vulnerability and climate, right? Because we're on the water and we have a challenging socioeconomic distribution in the city, right? And so all those things we need to know. So when we start looking at calls and we start looking at communities and we start comparing Department A to Department B, how do we better compare them versus, oh yeah, we both protect 1 million people. We've got to be similar. And maybe that is accurate, but maybe there's a better comparison we can make. So it's looking at this entire distribution of information that we can collect about a fire department to better understand and characterize them, so we can connect the dots, so to speak, and understand if there's trends changing. Right. The other big piece this affords us is how do we understand when a trend is not when a trend becomes a reality, right? So how do we identify the lithium-ion batteries or the next COVID? Right. So if we have this understanding of this entire community and the links between department to department, and then when we see it in the data that it's changing, right, faster than we might be able to pick it up as people, right, because we'll have all of the departments coming in, we can tell that story and give that information back to departments and the larger fire service community. So I planned a little longer for Q&A. I figured there might be some. I'll be here till about 12:30 if there's questions offline that you want to ask as well. But there is some time for Q&A, maybe about 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Sweet.
Hey, Craig. So they could start submitting, assuming the vendors are ready, or directly to your system January 1 of 2025. Have you talked to any of the states that still want to make sure they're also going to do NIFRs in 2025?
Yes. There's a little bit of a loaded question. Some states are...
Not intentionally.
I know where you're from. Yeah, some states are fully on board with knowing a hybrid year and just saying, hey, we're comfortable just following along and doing the best we can. Some states have some more sophistication in place that are going to do things at large scale. It is pretty varied. There is no like hard and fast rule. In January, the week of January 17th or 20th or something like that, we're going to be bringing all 50 state fire marshals to NFA to do an onboarding and training and sync and road mapping for what 2025 looks like for them. So we've had those conversations, but nothing's like finalized yet. They're still kind of, the states have varying level of data sophistication in the fire marshal side. So they're kind of also somewhat deferring.
This is Melissa, Washington State. Half of our agencies only send to the EMS registry patient contacts. And NEMSIS wants all EMS dispatches. Is that correct? And all of that, the distinctions are in unit disposition, right? So if we look at our data, half our agencies are only sending us patient contact name. And if we say we want all EMS dispatches, they give us a lot of trouble. They say NFIRS has all my data. They have their CAD integration on the fire side, and they say in our head, NFIRS has all my dispatches, and I just do my patient care report in NEMSIS. So we need to get into that mindset that the NERIS, the NFIRS revamping needs to address this so that from the provider's perspective, they have one form. NERIS is connected to unit disposition without the +1 codes. So I don't know how you're going to do that. Can you explain how you're going to connect these incident types without the +1 codes to unit disposition so that in the provider, they have one workflow. And so the vendors don't have fire to EMS because the two systems have been different. But now you guys are saying they're going to speak to each other. So now that they're speaking to each other, how is it going to link fire to EMS? And that to go in that direction. So in the provider, they go, because right now that's all duplicate. NFIRS has all my dispatches. So they need a map to unit disposition very clearly. And that's the one field also that tells them, do you have 100 validation rules or do you have 10? And if they have that CAD integration, all of those are most of those are auto-filled. So just, you can make it easier. So like a vendor can just go, oh, this is from the NFIRS or the NERIS report. This is a no patient contact. Make it so it can go right to unit disposition. So the vendor can make it so, okay, oh, you just need these few other fields. And then in one click, there's 2 exports to both systems so that we don't have to make a request. Oh, can I see all your cancels in NERIS? Whatever that's going to look like, go to state fire marshal. So you guys, so also through the how is that export going to work? What's that going to look like? Is it the same XML file? So the vendor can program from one form or maybe 2 forms, but from the provider's perspective, it's one effort with 2 exports so that we can get all of those EMS dispatches too, without them giving us trouble. Like, oh, this is duplication. Because that's all that's even if we say, oh, we only want a few more fields for those no patient contacts, duplication, that's duplication. If that makes all sense.
Yes, ish. I'll do my best to kind of tie in the layered set of questions. As far as the way the medical side was designed in NERIS is that there's, I think, 5 questions that map to 3.5. So they are identical. The only thing we have in one of our patient dispositions is a dead on arrival that does not map to a NEMSIS field, because for the fire service, right? Like that's the only, and it's in the choice list, right? Everything else is 1-to-1, so you wouldn't be duplicating if you're building to a NEMSIS report, right? So if your vendor if you're using your same vendor for an EPCR and a NERIS, right? There's not a duplication of questions. At the end of the day, the only thing we really care about is the UUID from the NEMSIS side, right? All the other medical stuff is optional in our set, right? So if you have it, if you got a 1-stream platform, right, we'll take whatever we're going to get that's mapped to NEMSIS, but it's not a requirement for us on any of the patient disposition side. What we want is a UUID so that we can send all of the other information, right, to NEMSIS to make the connection, because we can't handle all the medical side. We don't. That's out of our scope. So I think that's the big piece, right? If all the dispatch stuff is coming from us, we can send it straight away to you linked by the UUID.
I forgot my question now. I know you went to Code Freeze last night. Congratulations. What's the timeline, and is there a hard timeline on the availability of authorization for those third-party RMS systems to send to the API live data?
Yep. So when we roll out the V1 on the 4th, we'll have a V1 API, we'll have a V1 schema set, right? All that, and then you will be able to. Right now, we won't have a UI for it. You could request for us, right? Hey, we'll have to have a secure conversation with you to get you the ZOL tokens, right? But the reality is, you can get secure headers at a user level right now and start testing against even the V1 in test, right? So we'll have V1 in test probably the end of sometime middle of next week. And we'll send out an email to everybody that says, hey, this is the V1 API in test, right? So it'll be 0.9 something. And so you could have local headers, right, for a user account versus a vendor level account. We won't have the vendor level account till we go live on V1. And then you can create kind of hey, this is my ZOL integration, client ID and client secret, right? We can start testing at a kind of headless account versus right now in our sandbox, everything is user driven. So a user creates their own credentials for testing. Is that it? Answer your question? Or
what about live data?
So we won't be accepting live data into 1.1 because NFIRS is still the system of record through 12/31. So you can start officially sending live data 1.1 at midnight of January 1st.
Perfect.
I have 3 questions, but 2 of them are, you can tell us later. One of them is, what kinds of training resources are you all planning to provide? And I'm thinking of, on the NEMSIS side, that extended data definitions that they gave for 3.5 was very, very helpful. And so if you could, you don't have to answer it now, but if you could follow up at some point with what kinds of training, what kinds of definitions, because when you mentioned the rescues, immediately I'm thinking, do you mean just fire? Do you mean also entrapment?
Yep.
Does that include elevators?
Yep.
Cutting people out of a vehicle? Does it include animals? So that kind of thing is what our folks are going to want to know. The next thing is, I guess the rest of the other vendors. And then when you talked about the single category constraints, and that you don't want to have a single category constraint and you can choose more than one incident type, I believe the folks from Clark County, Virginia, asked you all if there could be an indicator for a primary incident type. Because when you showed that slide with the number of incidents, if we count incident types, the math's not going to add up. And our board of supervisors is not that sophisticated. They're not going to understand why the math doesn't work.
Yep. So I'll answer the training one, then that. Well, actually, that one's even easier. So we do have in the V1 release, there will be a Boolean array that maps to your incident type array, where you have the option to select a principal incident type of the ones you've chosen for that incident. So it'll be an optional set, right? Not every department's going to want to select principal incident type. So it'll be optional, but we do support it now moving forward from that very conversation. And where there's a lot of them that came that way, but a lot of it was looking back historically. And while the fire service is ready for multiple incident types, the city managers are going to struggle with the larger concept. So having the support for a principal incident type was a no-brainer. As far as the training is concerned, there's a lot of things. So in addition to the schemas coming out for V1, we will have a data dictionary coming out V1 that will be on the site as well. It's probably not going to be as sophisticated as NEMSIS is, as you guys have a little bit of a time head start on us, but we'll have definitions for every term. Every question we ask will have a definition. Every value set answer that we have will have a full definition. You'll be able to search and query. There'll be deep links, so you can hyperlink back to wherever you need to go if you want to embed it somewhere. So the dictionary will be out. We'll have user guides for onboarding and for navigating the site. So that'll be part of the system. And then we'll be rolling out some like how-to tutorials, both from a plain text version, and then as we go, a kind of how-to videos. So a suite of like short videos that you can click and watch. And then the next wave is building a library of kind of, given a number of incidents or incident scenario, how would you code it in NERIS? So a big library of kind of best practice for coding an incident. So that's just out of the box. So the incident type mapping will come later, but all that stuff is a lot of the stuff will be ready for November 4th. And there's just going to be more and more rolled out. We are in lockstep with the National Fire Academy as well. So there'll be in-person trainings and that'll be integrated into the coursework moving forward in 2025 through the National Fire Academy. And if you've ever taken a training course at FSRI, so we have a thing called the Fire Safety Academy, where a lot of our tactics research is all first class displayed, where you can get certificates and all those kind of things. We'll be doing the same thing for NERIS. So you'll have full capability to track, take classes, get certs, all those kind of things as well. So it's going to be a continuous rollout over the next calendar year, right? There's just so much. And some of it is we don't want to jump the gun and assume what people are going to want to know. So it'll be a lot of feedback to drive this to completion. But we're not going to stop developing training. It's going to be kind of continuous over the life of the platform. No, I mean, the UI is going to be vendor specific, right? I mean, they've honed their style. So we're trying to be as generic as possible with our training. But all the vendors will have same access, so they can take what they want and adapt it to their UI. We're not going to keep anything behind login or anything. We're going to give it all away.
Hi, I actually have about 10 questions, but I'm going to try and keep it really short here to just a few. First question is, in NIFRS, the vendor test site doesn't apply the same rules as the production site. Can you guarantee that the vendor test site will apply the same rules? So as a state, I'm not having to work with my vendor afterwards going, we've got this weird error that didn't come up at the test site. And so we have to dig back through all the design documents and figure out how to backfill validation rules. Will it be the same? Same rules for the vendors? Because that drives them crazy too.
Yeah, the API from dev to test to production. As long as the version number is the same, the rules are the same.
Okay.
So dev will always be on the front end. The dev is always going to be leading, right? But test and production will be mirrors. Okay.
Where's the NIFRS data going? Is it disappearing? Is it suddenly becoming unavailable to anybody?
No, it'll all live on DHS, USFA's public data hub through DHS. So it'll be all publicly available. And I don't know when the 24 data will get up there, right? Probably 25, 26 time window. So we might have a year of NERIS ahead of the last year of NFIRS.
Okay. And you said updating stations and boundaries. Who are you thinking is going to do that?
So it's a combination of both departments, right? So some sophisticated departments have, GIS folks and have their boundaries. We've procured about 26,000 boundaries already working with the National Association of State Foresters. So we have a pretty good set. We've seeded almost every department with information out of the box. So a lot of it will be a confirm. And then if it's incorrect, we can work with them, or if the vendors have it, they'll be able to submit, because The entity spec, right, where all that information is designed is also in our API. And so if a vendor has the capability to send to that department's NERIS ID, then they could update the boundary information on behalf of their clients.
Okay. And just lastly, I appreciate you have a lot of pressure from levels above you to get this done quickly. I don't know the motivation. Nobody understands that. Having done this for a long time, transition is going to not occur in the next year.
Yeah.
You're going to have long periods of time where you're not going to get data. Systems aren't going to be in place. NEMSIS version 3 was approved in 2011. The first really functional thing with NEMSIS and the vendors was 3.3.4, almost 3 years later. So just letting you know, I know your bosses say, get her done.
Yep.
But it's not going to happen.
I'm well aware.
State laws too. Got a lot of time for state laws to change.
Greg, we're going to shift the time a little bit and give you some more time to answer questions. So if we have some more questions, please ask. We have time.
Good morning, Sundown Staff for Houston Fire Department. Over here.
Oh, perfect.
I know I'm hard to see. So on the data quality side, I guess this is maybe kind of a segue. Are y'all out of the box going to support quality measures where agencies can go and see how they're comparing to national benchmarks? But obviously things like turnout times, maybe developing ERFs, but also for data quality standards and completion, and actually measuring how effectively we're doing our fire documentation.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's probably a Q2 of next year thing. I mean, we've got a lot of it in the works, but we also need a lot more data to make sure that anything we're building in terms of assessing data quality is right. And I will say anything that we do, any model we run, any assessment will be public, so everyone will see, okay, this is the model we're using, this is how we're running the analytics. The way we look at our data validation, there's kind of 3 tiers. So tier 1 is kind of what we'll call, as I said, belt and suspenders. So the fact that we've got the database and API are aligned structurally to prevent kind of impossible data from getting in. Then tier 2 is kind of, we'll call suspenders only or belt only, whichever way you prefer, which would be there's some rules that we can enforce at the API level for data validation. Things like timestamps that have to be sequential, preventing them from occurring prior, right? So you can't arrive on scene prior to being dispatched, things like that. So preventing some of those numeric values from getting in, that's hard to enforce at the database structure level. And then the third is like what we'll call our data quality piece. And that's things like, so we do allow multiple units to be on the same call, right? You've got to say a 2-day duration fire, that tire fire that doesn't go out the recycling plant, engine 1 might appear multiple times, right? We don't want to restrict that in the API to say, no, you can't have engine 1 on here. And right, we don't know every jurisdictional's name of every apparatus the rules would be insane. So when the data comes in, what we would do is do a data quality assessment to say, if we see the same apparatus on a call, and the times are overlapping, it'll get flagged as the data quality piece and say, hey, this doesn't seem right. This needs updating, right? So if you could have engine 1 that's there, today and tomorrow, that would pass validation, be fine because they're not overlapping times. So there's a lot of those things that we're building out, but there's going to be so many that we'll build out over time. And then it's part of just working with everyone to say, okay, is this something we move to the API to that tier 2 validation level, or does it say as a data 3 quality piece? So a lot is in progress. We've thought a lot about it, but there's still more that we've got to do, and still more that we'll probably always have to do, right? Because I don't think we'll ever get to perfect, but our goal is to work as hard as we can to make sure it's better tomorrow than it is today.
QA, is there going to be a way to indicate that a call, an incident, the report is done? Because when you were talking about how, it'll be almost real time, well, some of us do like to check, and it may take a minute to just check on our reporting.
Yep.
And
yes. So every call has, there's 5, I think there's 5 flags. Don't hold me to the names at the moment, but there's things like completed, like verified or validated, resubmitted if there's an edit, right? So a change in status if hey, we do need to make a change. So there's and then eventually the last one becomes locked, right? Hey, this is now a fully completed call, hasn't been updated after a certain period of time. Now, you can still make a request to unlock a call of, say, a casualty change from a non-fatal to fatal. We want to track all that. But there are going to be stages. Each call has a type. It is also going to be something in the API. So a vendor would be able to know call stat or incident call status as part of the query in our API. But the same time, if whatever vendor you're using locally, right, you can do the local QA QC and send a, hey, we're comfortable. We're not going to submit it to NERIS until I've done my QA QC. That's completely part of the workflow. When we say near real time, it's as soon as it makes it to us, it's then available for interaction, right? So even if you wanted to say, hey, yeah, we're going to do our QA QC, it might take 2 days before we submit it. That's completely okay, right? That's part of your workflow. No problems there. When we say near real time, it's when it's in the database, it's now available to the state and federal as it's made its way through all of our gate checks.
Okay, and I have two more. One, because I see the trees and not the forest, when you talked about those times. So a patient, somebody comes up to the door of the firehouse, oh my God, my person here is groggy, can you help us? And the time on scene is when they came to the door. And then once the people and the providers just figure out what's going on, then they're going to call dispatch and get a call and get an incident number and deal with the citizen. So the dispatch time can be after the on-scene time, just
Yes,
so you
yeah.
know. And then what my chief wants to know is what's going to change? How different is this going to be? What are you telling people in terms of how much training is going to be needed to the line providers based on how different it's going to potentially look from INFRS?
So yeah, very good point. I probably used like the worst example for some of our strict validation rules. But as far as the change, when we did our, with the 60 departments that have been testing so far, right, very few of them have gotten any training and have had no issues. We've dropped all the numeric codes, right? So we're using language that the fire service knows. So we use the word structure fire, not 111, right, or 154, which is, at this point, I don't even know, right? 851 is a false alarm. So all of those codes, right, those came about because we had, the carbon copy paper forms in 1980 to fill in things, and they just stayed with us. And now you have cheat sheets and all these things to kind of circumvent the platform. Everything in the system is plain text, right? We don't need to right? We can write a SQL query on fixed plain text in no time, right? That's not hard anymore, right? To do all the data analytics and data transforms and all that stuff, right? So the numeric codes are gone. Location services, all that stuff is just the words that you're used to seeing, the language that's being spoken at the kitchen table. So from that perspective, and we're going to offer training. There's going to be a robust training program. I'm not saying we don't need it, but from feedback so far from the line firefighters that we've said, like, yeah, it's a little cumbersome using our UI because it's, not used to everyone's used to the vendor that they've been using for a long time. They have that built-in muscle memory. But as far as navigating and understanding what we're asking, we've had very few questions come back and say, hey, this is unclear in terms of what you're after. So we built it alongside the fire service. They told us, hey, this question doesn't make any sense how it's written. So we fixed it. Those kind of things.
So, two more questions for me. It's come up to me and I've heard, there's a rumor about +1 codes. Services like them because they can be very specific about things. Rumor is that you guys said no +1 codes, period. So how's that going to get handled?
I mean, if you want to collect more depth locally, right? If your vendor's going to support additional codes locally, go right ahead.
So just to be clear, you said if the vendor supports, so the vendors will have to build that into the RMS.
Yeah, that's a negotiation with you and your vendor. At the federal level, there are no +1 codes.
Okay.
If we like the way we look at it, if we're missing something so commonly, we need to update the schema and add that as a permanent code, right? The idea of that we become so fractured as a fire service with all these +1 codes and unique sets of +1 codes across the country. If we had uniform +1 codes, they should be part of the data schema. And so that's one of those things of like, we were told put our foot down and if there is a commonality occurring, let's update the system and not go 25 years in gaps so that we end up with all these these +1 codes in the first place.
Okay, fair enough. Locally requirement, although you won't know if there's things that are missing because
Yeah.
you're not going to see that.
Yep.
So many states have laws that the services have to submit the records to the state repository and the state submits it to the feds. So are you going to be prepared to give the states the credentials to submit those records up from the state repository?
So the federal repository will be first class, right? So there'll be a federal repository. The state won't have to.
Let me hold on. So the state laws say that it's going to happen. Here's the flow of the data. Services, states, feds are last.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you, feds are the last. States get it after the services. It's most important, the services. State laws say the services will submit the records to the state repository and then the state submits it up. So that's how it works right now. So will the states be able to submit those records up? Because law changes can take a really long time and it's not going to happen right away.
Right, but like NERIS is inherently the state and federal repository, right? There is no for the state to send data to, right? Like there is no federal repository that the state would send to, right? Because the federal
it's NIFRS right now is the federal repository, but the states have RMS systems. I manage the New Hampshire state RMS system.
Yeah.
So the state has an RMS system. Data comes to us, and then FMO takes it out and sends it up. Right. Unfortunately, that'll be automated, but you had made it sound like every service is going to have their own individual credentials. They can barely manage to log themselves in to enter the run records right now, much less have a separate set of credentials. So I'm just saying the flow is here's the reality of how things work. I know people above you said this is what it's going to be, but I'm telling you how it is right now. And when I say delays, I'm talking law changes, things like that, 2026, 2028, 2030, before some of the stuff will be in place. Just the reality.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, with that, Craig, you'll be here for a little while, correct?
Yeah. I have a flight at 3.
So if you have questions, please catch us in the hallway, catch us at break, catch us at lunch. We're going to take our scheduled 10-minute break now. So come back at 10:25, please, for the Wheel of Prizes. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For about the next 30 minutes, we're going to talk about the introduction to the National Transportation Incident Visualization System. This is a project that we're really excited about at DOT. It's a nationwide project that's been built out to support the bipartisan infrastructure law and to highlight and focus on motor vehicle crash data. So we're going to give you some background on the project. This presentation will make available to you, and basically this is a presentation that we would typically use for people we're introducing this project to. So there's a lot more information in it about NEMSIS that we're just going to kind of blow through because I'm pretty sure you have a handle on a lot of these things. So really the objectives when we introduce this project is to talk about how NEMSIS is an analytic tool that can be used for real-time surveillance of motor vehicle crashes. That's the focus. And then we give an overview of NEMSIS in general and describe kind of the combination of national data that we typically work with at the NEMSIS Technical Assistance Center and then state and local data. And then we tie it all up together in the end, talking about how this dashboard can help the individuals that we're speaking to on motor vehicle crashes. So we always do an introduction to post-crash care, and I know GAM has talked about this, and many of you have seen these slides before, which is basically looking at the National Roadway Safety Strategy from the Department of Transportation to improve the delivery of EMS throughout the country, to improve the availability and quality of the EMS data, and then most important, to improve the EMS personnel on-scene safety. Those were the big ticket items in that particular National Roadway Safety Strategy under the post-crash care section. So the visualization is simply a seamless care transition to improve outcomes. This is much like the chain of survival in cardiac arrest, but for post-crash care. And what we're really looking at is the dispatch, timely on-scene care, the actual triage and transport to the appropriate facility. And then did that person make it to that definitive care that we wanted the motor vehicle crash victim to go to? Or did they arrive at another center and then have to be subsequently transported for some other reason? We always talk about how NEMSIS is nationwide. It's as close to a census as you're going to get in healthcare data, and that we have about 1.4 million EMS activations for motor vehicle crashes each year. You all have seen these slides, I'm sure, many times talking about near real-time data exchange for NEMSIS data. We always highlight how fast the data comes in, and that number changes just about every time we do this presentation. It's simply getting faster and faster and faster. This is the key reason for this project, and we always focus on this slide. So as NEMSIS was designed, as you all well know, it was designed with state data, local data, with all these data elements that the local agencies can pick from. There's a state data set, and then the state data set feeds the national data set. And for years, and I'll just speak for my time with NEMSIS, one of the challenges has been we get calls for data all the time, and people will say, we want to look at something for this state, or we want to look at all the state level data. We want to look at something for a locality like LA, for example. And Clay and I's answer is, well, our data use agreements with the NEMSIS Technical Assistance Center prevent us from giving you that data. Basically, that's the frustrating part for us. We know the data exists. We know we can run the report. What we often do is, if it's for a specific state or for a specific locality, is that we'll direct that person to that state data manager, or we'll direct that person to one of the leadership people that we know from that particular locality. And that works out. Press releases happen like that quite frequently. But what it doesn't do is help us with national level surveillance. And it doesn't help us when we're trying to do something to support, like the blood transfusion program that we talked about yesterday at the end of the day. So what we did is we partnered with ImageTrend for this particular project, who has access to this state level data, who has access to geospatial data that we don't have access to. This goes back to something that I promised years ago when I took over NEMSIS, which was to build something one time, build it at the federal level, and make it available to everyone for their use. That way, you don't have to pay for it. You don't have to expand the resource or expend the resources at your agency or at your state to build it. So in this particular case, the Traffic Incident Visualization Project, we have built out, we paid for the project, and we've made it available to every state in the United States. It's based on what the recommendations and wants and requests are from the U.S. Department of Transportation. So for example, in our office, we have behavioral health safety folks that look at seat belts and child safety seats. That's their focus. We have bicyclists, people that look at bicycle injuries and fatalities. We have people that focus on pediatrics, people that focus on hazardous materials, for example. All of those things exist within the Department of Transportation. So we pulled together subject matter experts and continue to pull together subject matter experts and ask them what they wanted based on the EMS data that we have available today. And basically what they gave us were high-level reports. And when you look at this, it shouldn't look anything really, it's nothing really outside of the box at this point. It's pretty straightforward data. It's just that instead of looking at national level reports that we have had available at the NEMSIS Technical Assistance Center now for years on the dashboard, you can break that down by state. The beauty in this is that it's all defined and all the case definitions are based on what the NASEMSO data managers have provided, either currently working on or provided in the past, and it's uniform across the country. So with that, we ask, how can this dashboard help you with your priorities? And what we highlight is it facilitates your agency priorities to the point where if you want something that's not in the dashboard, we ask that you tell us what that is. If that's something that should be added to the data set in future versions, we'll add that through the process so that the data managers can go back and look and say, yes, this is something we should add. I'll give you a good example. 2 years ago, 53 children died in the back of cars because they were left in the back of a car during hot weather. The secretary's office wanted to know that. That became a huge thing that they wanted to know. But we didn't have that specific data. Is that something that we should add in future versions of NEMSIS? So that's up for a discussion through NASEMSO and the data managers and the subject matter experts as to how that gets captured. An example of something that we wouldn't do, Randall and I were on a call with our leadership at DOT talking about micromobility. And we were talking about scooters in particular. And someone said, well, we want to know if the person crashed their scooter on the way to or from their primary occupation. And I laughed and said, we'll never get that. And they said, why not? I said, because I'll never ask the question, because I'll get run out of the room. And that's the level of detail that people are asking for, but there has to be this kind of intermediate thought process to say, look, we're never going to have a paramedic ask those questions in the back of an ambulance. So what information can be added from your agency's decision-making process? So these are sort of the lessons learned. And then what information can be added to track progress of your agency's priorities? So here's where we go into the Safe Streets for All. Here's where we go into some of the transfusion information. So if you can show that you've had a number of patients who would have benefited by getting whole blood, you have the justification for your whole blood program. Basically, by building this out at one federal level, we know that the data and the reporting is being done the same way. So it's easy to go to the states or it's easy to go to the regional NHTSA offices and say, if they provide you with this number from an agency, here's what they're looking at. Here's how they're calculating it. Here's what it means to you. And yes, you should fund that program. So what are the crash characteristics? That's simply demographics for DOT to learn from. And we could make that list huge if we wanted to. But again, how much information do we expect EMS personnel to collect on a motor vehicle crash? Do we expect them to get the make and model of the car? There's one gentleman in our office that just is absolutely emphatic that you write down the VIN number or you type in the VIN number on every motor vehicle crash scene. And it's difficult to get him to understand that you have other priorities at the time. What information can be visualized to help you track progress? Well, the sky's the limit here. What is important to visualize? What's important to put on this? What we're going to look at here today is just sort of phase one and the first pass at this. And I think the key point in all of this is that as we build it out one time, we make it available to the states and it's set up so that each state has the ability to turn this off and on at their discretion. So you control the keys to the kingdom. If you work well with your state highway safety offices and you want to make this data available to them or a public health entity in your state or to another state, you're more than welcome to do that. We will not share this data. This data will go through your state EMS offices. These are some of the things that are available currently today on the NEMSIS website. This is data that's been available for years. We've had these crash dashboards available and they've been great. We've been able to get interest in all sorts of things through bill infrastructure monies by using them, but we realized that we had to take it to the next level. And to do that, we needed to partner with someone. So to do that, that's why we partnered with Image Trend on this particular project. And I'm going to ask Joe Grawl to walk through the pieces and parts that they put together for us at this point. Joe?
I brought a mic up here just in case I want to walk around, which I normally do. But thank you, Eric, for the framing and the intro. I think there's a lot of things that you mentioned here that get me very excited and optimistic. And I'll actually take a step back as I have a few minutes to look at this group of people. I've had an opportunity to be a part of this for almost 20 years. And oftentimes I sit in the back and I write down my notes. And I got up this morning and as I do pretty much every morning, I talk to my kids. And my youngest daughter, she goes, Dad, why do you travel so much? Like, what do you do when you travel? You know, because I send them pictures. And last night, of course, I sent them a picture of the haunted house that we went to. And she said, do you work? And I said, yes, it's hard work. I mean, we get to kick around ideas and topics like this. And one of the things I came back to is for me personally, gratitude sustains optimism. And I think that's really important because optimism is what fuels innovation. And innovation is what builds out things like this. We don't always have the answer to every question that's being asked, right? And I think that's the other important thing of this group coming together, talking about those things, challenging each other to figure out incrementally how to make improvements. And I think Eric did a good job of framing this in. There's two key points before I advance that are really important to this project and all their future projects. Number one is NEMSIS. The data standard itself is there. Everyone is using it, right? Number two is the timeliness of the data transmission. You can literally see data being collected in the field, posted up to a state system and relayed to NEMSIS, in some cases in a matter of minutes or hours, right? And that data is what the important part of this is fuel decision-making. One of the other things that I wrote down too, as I listened to GAM at the beginning was 42,000 motor vehicle crash fatalities in 2022, right? Fatalities. That may not seem like a big number, but that is a big number. And we strongly believe that looking at this data cumulatively and collectively, we can start to figure out how to get in front of some of those fatalities so that we're not looking at them after the fact. And I think there's keys and there's magic inside of the data set that allows us to do that. Very briefly, what Eric had mentioned, from an Imitron perspective, we have quite a few state repositories. There's lots of familiar faces in the room today. So we've really focused a lot of time and attention on our platform being able to do those two things. Number one is be able to really take NEMSIS data and move it from point A to point B very quickly. I took a look at another stat before I came up here, and I found that one incident now collected in the field on average goes to 6 different places automatically, right? 6 different places. So think about that. That one record goes to 6 different sources, and every one of those sources is looking at it to say, how do I connect this to something else to make it better? When Eric approached us and the team about this project specifically, we dug into Collaborate. So Collaborate is something that many of you might be a part of at the state level. We have a de-identified data lake that we also look at to conduct research with our epidemiology team. And one of the things that we found was we took a random sample in both 22 and 23 and found, obviously we looked at cumulative counts and 21% of them were injuries where a cause was documented, right? And then to take it a step further, we looked at motor vehicle related injuries too. And you can see, in 22 out of the 395,645, some of the top motor vehicle injury causes. And we said those 4 things we could start with and continue to expand and actually expand past what NEMSIS is collecting at the national level down to the state level. So we looked at this again as a huge opportunity. And then we said we can empower states with the permission engine that actually exists already in ELITE, where states' systems can slice and dice and chop up different permission levels to allow more stakeholders to actually view the data in near real time that's coming into the system. So with that being said, we said yes, we started entertaining this project and actually working with some of the states and the NHTSA stakeholders. And again, I think the keys here, national aggregation, we can go a step further on the national required elements to analyze the state collected elements that are being tracked and in very near real time. And again, when you start to look at the ways that you can filter the data further, we wanted to dig in more to crash characteristics, right? And these are not just motor vehicle crash fatalities. These are all motor vehicle crashes where EMS is responding. So what are some of the patient characteristics? What are the crash characteristics? When did it happen? Was weather a factor? Was alcohol a factor? Were the occupants wearing seatbelts? Did the airbags deploy? All of those things we're able to slice and dice and filter on. And then again, in doing this, very quickly, hospitals also started looking at this and saying, how could we potentially help? right? We as a collective industry talk about one major thing in every conference that I go to, and that's outcomes from hospitals. I know the TAC communicates the 2% of outcomes that are flowing up to the national level. So we've also challenged ourselves with this project to flow outcome information from hospitals into this analytics platform too, to allow more longitudinal viewing of outcomes and interventions that are actually happening, and are they making a difference? Quick information here on, again, what Eric had mentioned about the nationally collected elements versus the state and optional. So these we are going to use already to enrich the data that's coming into the system. What you see pretty much in every state and every local agency is we are collecting all of these data points. So in collecting all of these data points, again, we have the ability to, based on the permission that the state sets up, drill into more detail, whether it be at the county level, city level, or even down to the zip code level, to actually pinpoint the locations where these accidents are happening. And again, what data is available to visualize. I won't go through all of these in detail, but you can start to see these are the things that we're starting to get questions on. And the response as we start to get stakeholder feedback and input is these are not impossibilities. This is part of that innovation evolution, right? The solutions for us are never done. We never look at something as being completed. We continue to enhance it, right? We continue to listen as an industry. And I think that that's what will add more and more questions and topics on top of this. And I will say again, the beauty of the project and some of these initiatives is it's not just Image Trend. It's everybody in the room. We work with every single vendor. We work with every single state. And more than anything, what we want to do is figure out how to centralize all of this across the continuum of care to start to answer questions about the importance of pre-hospital. And this was an example, I think, that Jay put together. I don't know if Jay's in the room. Is Jay here? Yeah. Jay put together an example here that visualizes some of the mapping down to the regional level. You can start to look at, pinpointing stations, EMS agencies, fire department locations in proximity to the actual motor vehicle crash itself, and then hospitals. So you can start looking at, time for survivability based on acuity of a motor vehicle crash in proximity to a level 1 trauma center. Those are the types of things that we want to start to empower decision makers with, and do it very easily. Not writing code to try to produce these results, but instead clicking a button to have them served up to you. Just a couple of other examples of some of the visualizations, again, that we're taking feedback on. You start to look at corridors in some of your states and say, not necessarily where the motor vehicle fatalities are happening, but where are some of the clustered anomalies occurring, right? Where are patterns stacking up where you start to see a huge amount of non-fatal car accident, motor vehicle crashes? And then how do you start to get involved in saying, I want to take action? Is it lighting? Is it signage? Is it event driven? So all sorts of different questions start to arise. And this is, again, an example of a location in the country that we actually pinpointed over the course of, I think, 4 years, where a motor vehicle crash has happened this frequently at that specific interchange. So I'll just click through a couple more. And again, the benefit to this too is states really have the ability to control the pinpoints on the maps as well. So based on permissions, you can actually put more metadata out on the different points of the map, so you can start to understand more about what specifically was connected to that crash response. And then I'll plug this as well, the 2.6%. I believe that projects like this and projects that are going to continue as a result of some of these things are going to increase that number. And when we increase that number and we have the connections longitudinally for these EMS events, we're going to be able to start making more informed decisions on all sorts of different things. Research. One more comment on that too. We have a research team. Many of the vendors in this industry do wonderful research on really important topics. And I think for every state in the room, the data that you're collecting is so valuable. And your thoughts about how to drive transformational change comes from these initiatives as well. So we at Image Trend, and I know several other vendors, are heavily invested in research. So make sure that you start to ask those questions, make sure that you start to understand the value of the data that you're collecting and what you can do with it. So I said a lot. I'll go to the next slide here with the QR code, and I got the 5-minute warning. So do you want to take questions or?
Just to follow up on the research piece. So a part of this project, in addition to developing what you've seen here today, there were two other aspects of it. One is to make a small amount of funding, and it was a small amount of funding. It should have been more to the National EMS Quality Alliance, because NEMSQA is who we're looking to build the metrics and build the measures that are supporting this particular project. DOT has a National Center for Statistics and Analysis, if you've not worked with them. And I think the relationship between NEMSQA and the National Center for Statistics and Analysis will grow out of this project, and we can see a growth in funding to support more work for NEMSQA over the years to come. At least that's my hope. And the second part of this is Joe mentioned the research piece, the Pre-Hospital Care Research Forum by Dave Page at UCLA. We are sponsoring 2 specific pre-hospital care research forums, one coming up in November. I think there's still opportunity to participate in that, Clay. So if you're interested, please see Clay, Jeremy, or myself or Kevin in the back. There are still spots. It's going to be heavily geared towards trauma, motor vehicle crash. And if you've not participated in those, it's a great opportunity. Joe mentioned the support from research teams from other vendors, specifically ESO, Dr. Remley Crow, Brett Myers, Morgan from their shop are huge parts of the pre-hospital care research forum. So if you've not had an opportunity to work with them, and you don't have to be long in the tooth when it comes to research, if you're not and you want to learn, this is a great opportunity. So those are the research opportunities that are there. This presentation goes on to provide background information that we, as I said, use to educate people on the different aspects of NEMSIS, and we're not going to go into those today. I do want to mention, if you're not one of the image trend states, and we have 2 other state vendors, Biospatial and ESO, there will be a way for your states to participate. Talk with Joe. Joe has just started rolling this project out through Image Trend. There's a separate data use agreement that goes along with it. And we've had states successfully agree to participate, and we're looking for your state to be added to that list. So my intention as we move forward with NEMSIS projects, not necessarily with Image Trend and not necessarily in this particular fashion, but is to just build these national products out like this, make them available to the states, use the NASEMSO data managers to define the case definitions and the scope of them, and then let the states be the one to say yes or no. We'll participate, we'll turn that data on to you, or we'll not turn that data on to you. And that way, if there's value in this data, that's up to you to broker that deal. That's not up to me. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions, comments, or concerns. Please. Get a mic, Sally.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Peter from New York.
Yes, Peter.
I did just want to get a plug to NEMSQA. You mentioned that, and for all the states in the room, we've mentioned this on the DMC call, and I don't know where you are, but NEMSQA now has the ability for states to be a NEMSQA partner. It used to just be agencies and other people that could pay a fee and be part of NEMSQA. States can do that for free and have one representative that allows you to participate in the maintenance, the development, the review of all those measures. And they just put out the email for the people to start reviewing the measure or start the initial process of the measures for this that Eric was talking about. So if you want to be involved in that, I would encourage you, if you're in your state office, to have somebody in that office apply and become part of NEMSQA and represent your state with that. And so my question relates more to being able to, the challenge we have faced in our state with motor vehicle accident stuff is just really being able to pinpoint the location on all of our various roads without, without documenting GPS coordinates, because most of our agencies and our rural ones just don't do that. So how much does that impact the data that's being put together for this, and what's the solution to try and do that and get better data?
Eric does a way better job of me. Yeah. It's a good question. And actually we found the same thing, right? So what we've actually looked at, obviously is CAD coming in. We're seeing a lot of CAD data flowing, right? Where we can pick up in geocode with great specificity. The rural EMS agencies, what we've also found is, especially on highways, believe it or not, mile markers are being used more than what we thought. We haven't quantified that, so I can't give you a particular number, but know that that's something that we're looking at when we run the geocoder. So that probably doesn't answer your question completely, but it's an area that we can obviously look at to improve. So,
Chris.
Kind of going along those same lines, with the smart as cars are now, how difficult is it to get that data from these intelligent vehicles, this autonomous world we're going to be in, whether it be in our lifetime or not, or in the next 5 years, as some people have suggested? That data seems extremely valuable and accurate. So how difficult is it to get it from those private companies like Tesla's and others?
So it's doable now. And this will shock you, but the data that comes from each of those vehicles is not standardized. So each one has a little bit, I know. Trust me, it's true. There are some standard, obviously, things like a VIN number, which would provide you background information, some standard elements. But getting that data has traditionally in our office been focused on getting it to the CAD system, so the CAD system could provide it to anybody who's responding or anyone who needs that information. My and Jeremy have been taking a little different tack in saying that we want that data from the vehicle to the EMS personnel or fire personnel, for our NERIS colleague who's here in the field, who has a laptop who can accept it. And it's sure it can go to the CAD system, and sure it can be sent to the CAD system, but the EMS clinician on the field could pull that data into standardized patient care report that already exists into a data standard that already exists nationwide, and have it appear on something like this. Relatively simple. The technology is not that difficult. The question becomes somewhat like outcome data though, Chris. What do you want? Do you want to know just the intrusion? Do you want to know the force of impact? And this thing spits out a lot of data at the time of impact or at seconds before. So what is it that's important to us that goes into that report? And I think that's where we need to have some folks sit down and really think about, we don't want everything. Clearly, we don't want to know it was a red car. But maybe you want to know, highway safety may want to know that. There are divisions in our shop that want to know what color the vehicle is, the make, the model, the year, the so on and so forth. I don't know that's important to us. Absolutely. The other one that I didn't mention, and I pulled this up, and I got to thank Jay. I got to give Jay his props. The graph on the left that shows where the ambulance stations are in particular to Wyoming, and shows the distance it takes or the time it takes to drive 20 minutes or so on, or an hour away, and show the gaps, the deserts, as it's been titled. That graph has been just that picture has been extremely helpful in our office. People look at that and they realize, wow, look at all the places in that state that I'd have to wait an hour if I crashed my vehicle. And then we get the federal highway people going, well, that roadway between those two spots, that's 2-lane road, and it has guardrails in some places, but maybe we put guardrails here and that would help if someone crashed it and were off the side of the road. Those are the types of conversations that are happening now because this data is being made available. But AACN, automated crash notification, it's our next step for certain. All right, I'm getting my stop sign from Casey here. Yeah, I'm sorry, Benji. Sir, please.
Sorry, and one more question also for Joe from NHTSA. based on this presentation, image trend is geocoding the data that's coming into you. Is that right? Or it is, you are, okay,
We are.
it is.
If it's not already geocoded, already. So some of the stuff from CAD actually comes across
Okay.
with LATLON. Yep.
Because it's similar to what the gentleman from New York mentioned, we spend a lot of time manually geocoding a lot of things for either, research requests or legislative requests or specific questions we have. And that's almost never relying on the GNIS field or the lat long fields, because those are almost always missing, or if they are populated, it's usually garbage. So is the geocoded data available for image trend? Like, let's say we have Data Mart or something, and we query a lot of that data through like a SaaS cloud product or something like that. Is that something that is available to the states as a raw data? Because we've done a lot of projects with like our state or our state GIS office and everything to solve exactly that problem.
Yep. It's a good topic, and it's been a positive byproduct of this project, right? The geocoding process is tedious. As far, I want to verify that before I answer if it's available, because think about, so you're Massachusetts, right? So your data is moving out of the matrix system into this centralized repository that's serving up the visualizations here. So in that centralized repository is where the lat long reside for the incidents. What I need to do is verify if it's actually coming back to your elite repository. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, and I'm looking at a couple people over here that have their heads down right now. So we'll verify and let you know. Yeah. Yeah. Are we done? You're good? Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
We have a good transition, I think, here into talking about data quality and the importance of data quality, as you guys have seen through the timeliness of submissions to dashboards like this new motor vehicle crash board, as well as our opioid overdose dashboards. A lot of our dashboards refresh weekly. And so it's really important that records are not held onto for too long at an agency level or a state level, but they're submitted quickly. And then also just the importance of data quality. It starts in the field, and we would love to help to provide resources for states as you try to send that message to clinicians that as they're at the end of their shift and they're tired and they're checking boxes, that it really does matter. It really is being used to improve patient care and save lives. And so we're excited about that. And I just want to say thank you, as well as we start this next topic, to everyone in the room, because we know that we are often emailing you, vendors and states, and saying, hey, we've seen a drop in records, or we're seeing failing records here. Can you help us figure out what's going on? And we really appreciate your partnership. So John and I are going to talk a little bit about data quality, and we will I know we're running late on the schedule, but we've decided we're going to push Jen's talk on 351 to after lunch and just shorten the afternoon sessions a little bit to squeeze that in there. So we should have time, and I promise we'll be done by noon for lunch. So I'll pass it over to John. And John, if you have not met him yet, is a newer member of the NEMSIS TAC, and he's a business data analyst and has been helping a lot in state support as well as looking at data quality.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? It's working perfectly. So, of course, this was working literally 20 minutes ago. I know. It's hard to see what's on this. There we go. So this is a parking lot. This will be open for the entire session. So if you have questions, go ahead and scan this code with your phone so that if you have comments or questions, you can respond and ask them, and we'll talk about them in the end so that you don't have to remember your question the entire time. And also it gives us a way of documenting your question so that if we can't, or I can't answer it, which I may not be able to, I can get back to you. And as we will actually be able to see them, so as we go. I hit next 3 times. So after you've scanned that first code, scan this code. It's a quick activity. And it's just, I just want to see what we've got in the room. I know that we've got vendors, we've got agencies, we've got state data managers. Let's just see a word cloud of where we're from. What state are you from? Who we've got represented. And as you answer these will come up on the screen. That's the idea. Well, I can help with that. Well, I can help with that. Parking lot is the more important one. Whoa. There you go. And we'll skip the activity just for time. This is probably the most important. Good. Good. I'm glad you will. Glad we all agree that we're good. So what is data quality? I took a cue from one of the agencies, something they said on Monday. And their question was, what's the why? Why is it important? What's in it for us? So let's do it. I thought I would just tell you a story to educate this. So I have a story, and it's about me because I don't really know anyone else to tell a story about in front of 170 people. And of course, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. Just remember. So a long time ago in lands far away, I too was a paramedic. That wasn't me, that's actually my son. And I responded to EMS calls. And I do want to point out the thing that this may date me a little bit, because you see that the yellow thing that she's holding there, a lot of new EMTs don't know what those are, thankfully. And at the bottom, you'll see that actually is a call that I responded to. I was the supervisor for the county. You can't see it, but the side of the truck says Aiden. And that's why I don't let my wife drive on trips, is because she was driving that ambulance. She too was a paramedic. So I treated patients. I had to buy the second picture. I actually had to buy the entire staff pizza, because we have a rule. If your picture is in the paper doing anything, you have to buy the entire staff pizza. And I wrote a report. When I first started, that's what they looked like. Does anybody remember creating PCRs on Palm Pilots? We tried that. It was not a universally enjoyed experience. Then we progressed. That actually is me in the middle with 5 people standing around me. And then we progressed to there. And then this is an active portrayal of me in the truck, actually using a tough book, and then to PDF, to iPads. That's not an iPad, but we actually went to iPads. So what happened next? Well, usually the next day I got that email, QA flags. But in reality, what should have happened was that I wasn't even able to complete the call. Because if there were that many QA flags, that means there weren't enough closed call rules, and it should not have been transmitted. So that's the first step of the quality process. Agency level QA checks and closed call rules. It's the first and most effective step in the quality process. Agency level closed call rules can prevent most state and national Schematron warnings. So remember, warnings relate to decisions made by clinicians while reporting to EMS call, or excuse me, while reporting EMS call information. We use the word warning and failure and error a lot. A warning is not a failure. A warning is just a warning. That should be yellow, but I didn't create that graphic and I couldn't change it. Well, I didn't want to spend the time to change it. So it should be yellow because a warning will go through. A failure or an error will not. But we'll get to that more. Then what? I fix all of my errors and resubmit my report. Now I hope that this will be big enough. I can make it bigger. So this is a choice. I would like for you to respond. So I go back and I fixed all the errors in my report and I resubmit it. So then what happens? When I resubmit my report at the agency level, does it cause a second report to be sent to NEMSIS? Yes, no, or maybe. So 46% of you say no, 34% of you say yes, and 19% of you say maybe, and you're all correct. So it depends on the software. It depends on how your agency has the export rules set up, and it depends on the PCR vendor itself. Where I worked, it did not, because when there were errors and warnings, it didn't pass the local level until it was signed off by our QA to be submitted to the state and then to NEMSIS. So all of our errors were handled at the agency level before it was submitted. But if it was submitted and I went back and corrected something and it was resubmitted, does that count as 2 calls in NEMSIS? Everybody should know the answer to this question because of the new UID. No, the new report overwrites the old one. So we do not duplicate that information. Every time I flip over there. You've all seen this, I'm sure. So I'm going to skip the data flow, you know what the difference are. But let's talk, get back into the terms. So what are the terms? What are warnings? Again, and I'm doing this a second time to really drill down on what the difference between a warning and an error is. Warnings are things that I, as a clinician, put in my report or don't put in my report, which don't match the way is not. Basically, I said that I got on scene prior to being called and I violated a rule, but my agency doesn't have a closed call rule for that. And it went through and it violated a Schematron error for us. That's probably a really bad example, but it's the first one I thought of. So these are the, I checked last week when I was writing this, or a month ago when I was writing this, yeah, as far as you know. And these were the #1 errors nationwide, e-payment 01, e-situation 01. Excuse me, warnings, not errors. These are the #1 warnings. And theoretically, these are probably some of the warnings that I made on my call that may have made it through if I didn't have at an agency level the correct closed call rules, or we just didn't report it. Errors or failures. These relate to the data structure or the integrity of the file that is exported. Every EMS data manager here, every EMS data manager in the 56 states, colonies, territories, and lands distant and far who report to NEMSIS should be getting an email with this graphic on it every Tuesday morning. If you're not, let me know and I will help you set that up because you will know. So this state, this was nationally, I believe. No, that was a state. 0.04%, that's great. 91% of active agencies, that's great. 74% of their calls had warnings on them. I don't know that I've seen a graphic for any state that wasn't read in a year. So, talking about failures, what can cause a record to fail? Take your vote. So, all correct. Nobody chose the obviously wrong one. Oh. Oh. So, okay, well, some of you are paramedics, it seems. Yeah. I can tell who. What is the leading cause of failure? Oh, well, I want to see. So the leading cause far and wide is actually missing agency demographic files. They are the bane of my existence. And probably half the vendors and state data managers in the room. Because I go through every one of these every week and look at them. And if it's above 1%, you may get an email from them. So we talked about warnings and failures. So what are the best practices? So first and foremost, build or share reports to your stakeholders and agencies to help them respond to the errors and warnings. You can use our reports that we provide to you if you would like, but your vendors may have better details than we do, but provide them back to your agencies to help them understand what they mean, to understand where and how the warnings are presented to the clinicians. We check in compliance that when a clinician breaks a rule, it shows that clinician that they've broken the rule, whether it be a warning or an error. However, it would not be a bad idea for everyone who works with vendors and agencies to make sure that that's actually happening in the field, that the agencies, the clinicians understand what the information they're getting means. Correct the errors and warnings at the field level prior to submission, and develop follow-up procedures to correct warnings and errors and resubmit corrected reports. How can you check as a vendor, as a member of the public, which we really don't have a lot of public ones, but member of the public or a state data manager, your data quality scores? Well, the dashboards. So these are really quick. If you don't really know how to get to them, just let me know. But for the state, just go to view reports, state reports. V3 dashboards. These are for the state EMS managers. Go to the very bottom, select the top URL on the bottom, and you will get your submission reports. And the email, that's what you should get. This was a national one, so there's no one state shown on these numbers. But nationally, we were pretty good during that report period. Vendors, you actually have a dashboard as well. Did you know that? Same area. Software vendor reports. Here you can see, I want you to see the B3 vendor data submission dashboard. That is the one that you should probably pay the most attention to. This shows you all your by state and even agencies, where you're getting your warnings, where the warnings are coming from, where the errors are coming from. And here's the public dashboard. We do let the public know the data quality. Researchers are interested in this. It is aggregated. Nobody can tell which agency level or anything like that, but you can see how we're meeting our metrics. So within these dashboards, there's elements, and I'm not going to go through them just for time, but there's the detailed report and the summary report. The detailed reports, you can look and it'll tell you in your state which agencies have not submitted DIM files. Remember, DIM file, not having DIM files was what? The #1 reason for calls to fail. Well, we can tell you exactly which agency numbers, or you can find out yourself exactly which agency numbers submitted calls, but they don't have a DIM file on record, which means we got the record, but we didn't know who it was from, so we couldn't do anything with it. That's the agencies you need to reach out to. So how do you improve it as a state level? Use the dashboards. Update your state resources annually, including your agency lists. Make sure they're up to date. The unit IDs, or the agency IDs are correct. Give feedback and training to those who need it. Provider agencies. Curriculum writers. I know there was talking earlier about should we have data elements and data importance in the national curriculum. Yes, I firmly believe it should be, but there's nothing stopping us now from asking our local education providers to add it in there, or the states can add local. Communicate with your vendors and communicate with us. We can help. So I ran a call. Let's say it was a suspected overdose call, actor portrayal. What was my why? What happened with that data after I corrected it and it was resubmitted and it's cleaned up? That data ended up in all of these different areas. So there's the ONDCP drug overdose surveillance dashboard. My call went into that. That's a why. My call was part of an article that was published. My call went into the data scores. My call was available as a cube database within a cube report showing how many overdoses were in my area. And it went to the public dashboard as well. And in correcting it, and also to improve it, we've started a data completeness initiative, and that's sort of Lauri's thing. So I'll let her continue from here.
Thank you. Is that working okay?
It is.
Okay.
As long as you don't click off that screen.
Okay. Thank you, John. And we do want to, I'm going to go through these next slides quickly because we do want to have some time to have discussion around data quality as well. So if you are thinking through barriers you see to data quality, either in your state or agency level or as a vendor, we'd love to have some time to discuss that. So start thinking about ideas. But we are excited. What's that? Oh yeah, the parking lot. If you scanned that quote, that QR code, you can put your idea in there as a reminder. But we are excited about this initiative that we plan to roll out in November. And so if you are a state, we are coming for you. We plan to meet one-on-one with every state, and we'll pull vendors into those conversations too, and basically start at the field level and look at numbers of agencies you have and see if that matches with numbers of agencies we're receiving records from, looking at number of records submitted in a certain time period, either month or yearly, and see if it matches our numbers, and essentially look for discrepancies and dig into that a little bit. But this first slide talks about data completeness initiatives. And so one thing we would suggest that is helpful, I know a lot of you did this during the 3.5 transition, is just keeping your state agency list updated and then submitting them whenever there's changes. That is helpful. Mathematical modeling of call volumes. So if you get that email and you just look at the green box every week and you think, oh, I didn't have many errors, I'm fine, but you're not looking at the box below it, which is the total number of record submissions. That's something else that's helpful to track, either through that state data submission dashboard, or there's another dashboard called the current composition of the warehouse, where you can look at the number of total records, and we can help you do that to see if your numbers are matching our numbers. And then just meeting regularly with us. If you do see issues, please reach out, and we're happy to meet with you and your vendor and help you problem solve that. And then I mentioned this already, but we are starting with an initiative in November, and we've had Amber kind of help us pilot this or think through ideas of what would be helpful when we do meet with you state by state. And so we're looking again for those discrepancies. We're looking for failing records. If your state has validity score requirements, that maybe if that's not being met, records are never being fixed and resubmitted. Maybe that's causing some missing records. Looking at export settings or auto post criteria. And then the timeliness of submissions, as we've discussed today, is really important too, that some states are holding on to records, sending them in large batches, but we really would rather have them come in as quickly as possible. And this is just an example again of that we do encourage. Some states require submissions to be within 24 hours of the incident. Other states don't have that, maybe legislation or requirement or even suggestion. And so if you don't have that, we'd consider you, we would encourage you to consider that records be submitted in a certain amount of time, maybe a good best practice to follow. And late data may not be included on dashboards. We've unfortunately had a few times this year where we've been getting no data or very limited data from states, and we've had to turn those states white on maps like this. And that's not helpful to you, we know, as a state, and not helpful to federal partners and other people that are really using these dashboards on a weekly basis. So we hope that we don't have issues with DUAs or limited data or issues with data flow, so that we don't have to turn states off on these dashboards. And we need your help. Sometimes we don't know what we don't know. We don't know that we're missing data. If it's never coming to us and never failing, then we don't know that we're missing it. And so we really need the partnership of everyone in this room, vendors and states, to help us work on data quality. But here's some topics, and now is when we'd love some feedback and ideas from you guys of why is it important. I think we've already talked about that, but maybe what are some barriers to data quality that you're experiencing? Maybe ideas or solutions you may have in mind, or something you've found that's worked well in your state that you may want to share that idea with other states as well. So can I get my mic runners to help me out and run around the room at this point? What are barriers or ideas you guys have for data quality? Chip from New Hampshire.
I'd like to change how you calculate the cardiac arrest onset time in the data quality group.
Can you say that again? Change how we calculate?
Change how you calculate the data, the cardiac arrest. I think I'm trying to remember the name of it. The cardiac arrest onset time in the data quality dashboard.
Okay.
It doesn't account for unwitnessed arrest.
Okay, great suggestion.
So take hits on that every month.
Okay. Is someone taking notes? I think my note taker just became a mic runner. Can you write that down, Kevin or Casey? Okay, Casey, got it. Thanks. Thanks, Chip. Perfect example.
Lot too, and they'll for sure have it.
Okay. Any other suggestions like that to improving data quality, maybe even down to the agency level? Or what are you doing for training? Are there resources that may be helpful for training?
Chad from Kansas. A couple of the things we've done that have improved it is one, we started showing all of our agencies statewide, like we use the NEMSIS measures because it was an easy button, right? Like the measures are already there. We already had a system that would show us how we're doing, and we could show that by agency. And so when we started reporting that out, naturally people were like, that's not right. That doesn't make sense. And we were able to really drill down into what they were missing to be able to show them. So we've tried to use different measures and report out to our agencies, hey, this is how we're doing as a state. And what we typically find is they disagree with that. And it opens up the discussion about, okay, let's talk about how it's being documented on that. The other thing we started doing, and we stole a lot of this from Felicia in Utah, but we actually send out monthly emails, multiple monthly emails. One of them shows them all of their warnings from the previous month, because even though they may be getting those back when those things are submitted, they're not looking at that. So we send them out all of their warnings or errors from the previous month's calls, along with a second report that shows each call individually and the warning and errors related to it, so they can go back and look and correct those. And then we also send them a report weekly that shows them all calls under a certain validation point from the previous week, so that then they could go in and look at that and see what things may be missing on that. And that seems to have helped. It's done two things. It's helped agencies start making sure that they're keeping up with what's being documented or not. And then it's improved our discussions with some of our vendors to enhance the forms and make sure that they're hitting those things on the front end.
I have a question about how you communicate. When you communicate that to agencies, are you sending it to individual agencies one-on-one, both the NEMSIS and the warnings and failures, or are you sending it where they can see each other's?
So the warnings and failures is individual agencies, and that's through an automatic process. It just goes. The NEMSIS measures, we initially push those out with the state, how we look as a state, but we also put it out by region. So annual report that we put out shows here's how the state's doing, here's how each region is doing. And then once we have the discussions with the agencies, we're able to go in and show them here's how and they have access to see their agency specific as well. But it seems like us putting the report out and having those discussions and pointing it out in our region meetings, hey, you guys have two comprehensive stroke centers in your region, and yet you're the lowest at notifying them of incoming strokes. Why? So like it sparks the discussion, and then they go look at it on their end.
Okay, great suggestion. Yeah, utilizing something that's already available.
As a former agency chief, I would have appreciated that so much. I never got that. So I believe in an open floor instead of an open door. The idea is my door is always open. Come talk to me. Well, that requires your agencies to come talk to you. Go out to the floor, meet them there. Instead of requiring me as an agency to log in, find my agency ID, which is 17 digits long, which I never use, on a report, and then I can't compare it to anybody else. You're reaching out. Don't make them ask it from you. They never will.
Yeah. So one of the biggest things that I think gets left a lot is quality and completeness are significantly two different things, right? It's like the gentleman from Gold Cross said yesterday, they'll have people that just click boxes because it takes the red away. So we'll have reports that are complete, but it's the quality that becomes the issue. And so from our end, the big piece of that was you don't know what you don't know. And so some people say, well, we got to make sure that our quality is good before we can start looking at measures. No, our approach is let's look at the measures now and show them that our quality is shit. And then we'll fix it from there.
Yeah, motivating, hopefully. Good suggestion. Oh, over here? Yeah, Brooke.
There, is it on? Gotcha. Sorry. One of the things that at the agency level that we have a lot of challenges with is we have no direction from the state or from NEMSIS as far as in a tiered response system, how many units have to complete a record. And so when we get all of our records in from CAD, it's very difficult to sort through those and see like which ones actually, are required a report and which ones didn't. Whether we have those reports done or not, and then to follow up with the individual crews is really difficult on that as well. So that's one issue, is the way that we have the system designed and built is really for a single unit response, and not having the ability to tie all those together to make sure that we do have a record for every response is an issue.
Great feedback. Thank you. I think we've got one right in front of her. If you want to just pass the mic up. If you can say your name and where you're from.
Tammy, Arkansas.
Thank you.
So one of the things that's really been helpful for me at the agency level is that my state does send me a list every week of any PCRs that fell below 95, because we have a score that we have to meet.
Yeah.
The problem is it comes to me. It doesn't go to the provider. And so I then have to chase down the provider to address those. If we could find a way for it to go back to the provider, that would be uber helpful.
Does anyone in the room have an answer to that? I don't know if if different software vendors handle that differently. Is there a way for a failed record notification to go to a provider?
We don't have time to answer all of the suggestions or questions, but I love them. And we will read all of them and we will discuss all of them. And if you actually want a response to one of your questions, at the end, there's our contact information, which sends you straight to an email. Ask us.
I was going to say, I agree with Chad. Yeah. Also, I think prioritizing the data elements that we're using for research or decision or evaluating performance has to happen. Once we get, an understanding that we have all the records in our system, it can't be every data element has to be perfect every time. That's just not realistic. So once, we move into that next phase of evaluating quality, having the why is going to be critical in actually driving that message home. And then second, for the state data managers, if you're not sending reports to your agencies, I think we keep hearing that in all of our DMC meetings, that is extremely beneficial. It's most of the time the errors occur from the agency to the state, not so much from the state to NEMSIS. So the biggest thing I think we can do is partner together and have some education from each of those avenues of transmission.
Yeah. Great suggestion. I can't remember who it was on Tuesday also brought up the point that we know there's fatigue in the field of having to check so many boxes. And so for states to really look at if there's things you're collecting that you're not using or that you don't need, then talk to your vendor and don't collect it. If you're not going to use it, don't make everyone take time to collect it. So that's important to consider too. What time are we at? 43. Okay. We've got time for a few more questions or suggestions. Anyone else? All right. If not, if you think of other ideas, please reach out. We've put our John and my email up here. These QR codes will just take you to that email address, or you can always submit a question at the NEMSIS help desk.
So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jennifer Correa, and I am in vendor support at the NEMSIS Technical Assistance Center. And I also dabble with the state support folks. I dabble with the agency support folks, and pretty much anything Clay and Eric tell me to do. So you might see me on a lot of different things. But today, what we're going to talk about is version 351, the resources, the timing, and the process for change requests and future revisions that are coming out. There have been a couple of folks who have mentioned the idea that they thought they were going to have to implement version 351 in January as soon as we release it out. I would like to say, no, that is not the expectation. So version 351 is in a candidate release right now. And what that means is that this is the time for the vendors to bend it, break it, see if we missed something, check for errors, check for mistakes, anything like that. It's also a chance for the states and the agencies to look at the resources that we've provided and to get an idea of what is going to come. The live, quote unquote, version is going to be released in January. And it'll probably be late January. I don't have a date. There we go. Hang on one sec. Okay. I don't have a date yet for you, but it is going to take your vendors 3 to 6 months to get through the compliance process on the new version 351, right? And they're all going to do that as soon as the live release is out, and that's the final version, and then they know what they're going with. So there is no expectation that a state or an agency, the day this is released, is going to change over to version 351. Please feel free to share that message with anyone who wants to listen. I do not want to cause panic out there, right? Most people have just gotten through their version 350 transition. I've heard about heart flutters and palpitations and people passing out at work when they read my emails. Please make sure they know this is not something that is instantly going to happen. Okay. If you have any questions or anyone wants to know, we do have the help desk. You're always welcome to put in questions, even questions as simple as when do you think my vendor is going to go with 351? And I'll put you in touch with your vendor and we can have discussions and all that good stuff. So right now in the candidate release, we have released resources for everyone to look at. If you are familiar with our version 350 resources, you will be very familiar with what we put out for 351. They are the same thing. We've got the element summary, which gives you a comparison between 350 and 351, shows you clearly what's new, what has changed, what had values added to the drop downs, right? Where did we add values? Where did we add attributes? Did we change a description? Right? Things like that. Those are clearly in the element summary. We also have a Schematron validation rule comparison, because we did deprecate a Schematron rule in version 351. That's a good thing, guys. That makes it a little easier to get past without warnings. And we have a couple other things. We also have new, which we're hoping that the agencies and states can use to help them develop the educational materials that'll go along with this transition. A Google PowerPoint type of document, a PDF version of it, and a spreadsheet that will tell you which change is on which slide. And that'll help you so that you don't have to go in and pull screenshots. You don't have to pull descriptions about what the change is. This gives it to you in a place where you can pull it without having to search for it. So if there are any questions about version 351, timing, resources, or development, please feel free to go ahead and ask them now. The mic runners will get out there for you. And then we're going to go ahead after that and start to talk about the process changes for future revisions. We're not talking about timing. We're not talking about when the next version 352, 360 is going to be released. It's okay. We're just going to talk about how to submit those changes and what the process is going to be so that you all understand what the process is and that it's not just the NEMSIS TAC that makes the decisions and decides what's going to change. Okay, that it's the stakeholders that do it. So any questions about 351? Oh, great. Chad from Kansas.
It may not be a good one, but after all the discussion with the blood product stuff and the importance on that and the speed that Eric talked about needing stuff starting the first of next year, and this just being in the candidate release, is there the ability to put that stuff in this release?
There is not.
Add that in?
There is not, but there are ways to do it. There are custom elements that can be created and things like that. What we talked about yesterday is actually a major revision, Chad. It's not a minor revision because it's a change to the XSD. Hold on, Doug. Can you get a mic? Doug from Image Trend. I'll introduce you because you guys aren't introducing yourselves.
Good afternoon, Doug from Schematron. I know Josh really expresses it's a candidate release and it's fluid still. We talked about the national Schematron with the blood products versus adding all the new custom elements. Could that question or about national rule get added in this release? Now, knowing that it's still open and still candid, not the custom elements, but we talked about yesterday possibly a rule around blood products. Could that be added in 3.51 to speed up that January deadline? Not to put Josh on the point.
Josh and Clay, feel free because I feel like I already got my quota of no's for today. Somebody want to get a mic for Josh?
Yeah. Well, Josh can talk to us about the technical difficulty. We can
we can talk about, so this would just be an update to the Schematron, the national Schematron file release with 3.5.1.
Correct. We just
Right.
don't want to see 50 state schematrons being released in 2 weeks and having to implement those by January. I think that's the concern. And because
Yeah.
I have no doubt that every state's going to add a rule.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Josh.
Yeah, Doug, I'll clarify my comment from yesterday. My opinion is that a candidate release, every change that has been identified already is still open, but this is a new change. So I'm going to start using my quota of no's as well. But this is a new change.
This is Chad from Kansas. So what you're saying, if I'm paraphrasing you more correctly from yesterday, Josh, we cannot add to 3.5.1, but we can massage 3.5.1 in its current structure, and perhaps consider a minor adjustment to it if we find a technical or flaw of some form in that arena. It helps you from having to use your quota of no's.
Yeah, my opinion is that there's a set of changes that were already identified from 351. If one of those changes was not done correctly, that change is still open for modification.
I'm sorry, Chip from New Hampshire, I totally didn't catch that. I was saying don't panic, Mark. Thank you for.
So which Schematron error is not working right now that needs to be modified? We can add a few things to. Is there something on the list?
So far, the good news is that we have not heard of any Schematron issues with 351.
I'll look harder.
So tongue in cheek, we removed a warning about needing method of payment. Maybe that warning was misworded. It wasn't supposed to be removed. It was supposed to, yeah, anyway.
Hey, Josh, stop helping. Clay wants me to say we will consider that. Okay, so now we're going to talk about change, and we're going to talk about future beyond 351. So the TAC really did listen about some of the issues we had in the last couple of years between 350 and 351, the submission of change request process, what they went through, where they were talked about, how they were talked about, how they were presented. So we did hear you, and we heard that there was some confusion and not as much transparency as we wanted to have, right, with the stakeholders on how the decisions were being made. So one of the things that we're going to change is how the requests come in. So when you submit your change to the help desk, please do not email the TAC members. Please submit them to the help desk. If you do email a TAC member, we're going to ask you to put it into the help desk. That is for tracking purposes. Everything that happens around that ticket will be in that ticket. The other part of that that's changing is before we would let you submit ideas, non-formed, no substance ideas, right? Just, I think we should consider adding something that would allow us to track whether they were left-handed or right-handed. Now we're going to work with you and say, what exactly is it that you want to know? Is this a new element that you're wanting? Is it a new value that you're wanting? Is this a new piece of information? Is it a new section that we need, right? We're going to find out more information from you up front. So when we do have these conversations with stakeholders, they're more informed discussions. What I have noticed about our group, and we are a great group, let me tell you, is that we do better when we're presented with a whole idea at tearing something apart and rebuilding it than we are taking an idea that's in a nebulous cloud and deciding how we want it to look. And sometimes the original requester's original request gets lost. So we want to be able to track that. And I apologize for the speed of changes. I am not used to this mouse pad. Here we go. So one of the other things we heard is the NEMPUB, right? That is where we track the public facing tickets that are being changed in the current version that's being worked on. We heard it is hard to follow. It's hard to pull down from. We actually had to write directions. And this is for some IT people. We had to write directions on how to download into Excel from the NEMPUB JIRA. So we are looking at different products. It may still be a JIRA product, but that allows a little bit more flexibility, allows possible comments. That has its own problematic areas, as some of you know, but we are looking into that to find a better way to communicate out where those changes are in the process. And a who, what, and why, right? Where did the request come from? Sometimes we didn't tell you that because we couldn't remember where they were like 4 years old and there was no name. And so, but we wanted you guys to be able to talk about them. All right. So this is what our new change request process looks like. And this is just the first half. There is a second half. You'll notice opening the NEMSIS request help desk ticket is the very first one. That is important. And then the NEMSIS TAC is going to look at it and say, is this already collected? Is it something that's already available? And we're going to talk with you. If it's something that's already available, we're going to make sure you know how it's already collected or how you can get that data, right? Because sometimes people ask for things that already exist, or they don't want to combine two elements. They want one question, but it's already there, right? You just have to look at both elements to get that answer. So we're going to work with you. We're going to do all of that. And then you're going to notice that we close your NEMSIS help desk ticket, and we're going to give you an internal ticket number to reference. And that goes into the internal part of it, and that's where our work starts, right? So we're going to have a new step, which is the change review committee. We do have members of this committee, which I will have up here listing. Those are different subject matter experts from all different areas of EMS industry. Right. And their job is to talk about that with us and take it out to their compatriots and talk about it with them and come back with adjustments, changes, ideas, why it's not a good idea, why it's a great idea, why maybe it needs a comma, right? Or why maybe it doesn't need a comma, things like that. That's what the review committee is going to do. Now, if the review committee says, oh, this really needs work, if it, can we take it back to the requester and ask them some follow-up questions? Then the TAC will come back and ask those follow-up questions, right? So this is to make sure that we're trying to get out there and get a wider audience and get everybody's input. After the change review committee says, yeah, this has a chance of getting through a vote with all of the stakeholders, right? Because that's what we don't want. We're hoping to cut down on how many times you have to look at something that even though we knew it probably wasn't going to pass, we still have to talk about it, right? We're trying to cut down on that and make it things that you really want to talk about, conversations you really want to have about these future changes. So these are all just an example of the different places that we talk about it. DMC meetings, right? With NASEMSO, EPCR users groups, the vendor groups, the V3 implementation calls, which I encourage everyone to attend. There are a lot of good conversations on there, right? So we're going to talk about it all there. Eventually, we're going to get to a place where we're going to vote on it, right? And once that vote is there, it's going to have a NEMPUB ticket so that people will be able to see these are the discussions. This was the original entry. This is what came out after it came through the review committee and we went back to the requester if necessary, right? And this is what got voted on and this is what the vote was. Right. And so all of that will then be available. I use the term NEMPUB because that's currently what we're using, but that will change if we change that system. And then it'll go on, it'll move forward. We do always run things through our NHTSA Office of EMS. We always say, hey, here's the steps, here's the process. This is what we went through and this is what came out of it. And then at the end of it, for the next version, whether major or minor, everybody should be on the same page with what requests are in it, right? And why they're there. And hopefully this process will go a little bit smoother and a little bit quicker. So here's your review committee members. John Burkhart from Digitech, Rebecca Cash, myself, Randall Eimerman from the NEMSIS Liaison. Ben Fisher is our IT product manager. You saw him give a talk yesterday about the research. We have Darlene Forney Christopher Gage, Alex Looper, Michael Mason, Kevin Nichols, and Chad Poor. If you don't hear when changes start to be talked about on the V3 implementation call and you haven't heard about the changes before, let us know, right? Let us know if we've missed a piece of the EMS industry that isn't getting the message out about the changes. And then this information, there's a QR code. We're awfully fond of them. Take you right to the NEMSIS help desk. This is where you open up those tickets. I kind of gave you an example. There is a button there now for NEMSIS standard change requests. That is for future requests. If you have a topic for the version 351 candidate release that you're bringing up an issue, that's under the general NEMSIS and asking for support. Okay. This is for future changes. Add new element, deprecate an existing change, or another change request. All right, this is what it looks like inside. These are all the pieces of information that we are hoping. If you don't come up with all of this because you don't know what something is, that's okay. We're going to talk to you about it at the TAC. But this is what we are hoping to have at the end of every help desk ticket so that we have a well-formed element or a well-formed change, right? So that we know exactly what you're asking for. All right, questions. I do such a good job. No one ever has questions. Keenan from Zoll. Which one, the help desk?
And then you said if we have any.
This one will take you to the help desk as well.
Great. Feedback for 351 that's already in progress should go to the general tab in that link, right?
Yes. So when you go to the NEMSIS help desk, there's one that just says general questions. And then it says ask for support. Something along those lines.
Awesome. And the other day, I think it was David Saylor who mentioned there were some things that we found after the release that maybe if we had some opportunity to comment on the way it was implemented, then it wouldn't have made it all the way to the candidate release.
Can you be more specific, or do you want to talk offline about that? Or
I think in that process document that we looked at before, is there an opportunity for you to say, hey, here's the change, right? This is what it's been approved. This is how we think we're going to implement it, so that we can opine on that.
so by the time we get to the V3 implementation calls and the vendor calls and the user agencies, that should be done. So when you look at it, when we're all talking about it, you know how now in the candidate release, we've got snapshots of what the data dictionary would look like, for instance. You will get that when we go to the V3 implementation calls. When we talk about this, that's what I mean by well-formed. It'll have all the information.
Thank you.
That's the piece that we got comment that was kind of missing, right? Is we talked again about those nebulous ideas. We thought we knew how it was going to look.
Right. And one of the other things we talked about on Tuesday was that we would try to summarize the comments that we've received related to version 3.5.1 and kind of send those out through the DMC. Or we can just have that on our implementation call, for example, so folks can take a look at that.
And we are meeting next week about that. This week we had something else to do. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, but Jen, so I just want to make sure I'm kind of thinking through this as well. So, I mean, Keenan's thought is a good one. So, if there is a question about the form or structure, they would just on a candidate release, that would be a new submission to the help desk.
So you talk about for 351?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? We have a couple minutes. And thanks, Keenan. All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Great. I'm Josh Legler. It's great to be with you today. I'm an EMS data consultant, been doing that for 11 years now. And one of my clients has been the NEMSIS TAC,
the entire time continually. And it's been a great opportunity for me to work on all kinds of things to move EMS data forward. Early on, it was like helping to operationalize the use of Schematron for enforcing validation rules. We've got people doing that all over the place. Writing data transformation from NEMSIS V2 to V3. How about that? That one's probably obsolete now. And moving on to interoperability and kind of the places we need to go next with that. Prior to 11 years ago, I was working at the Utah Bureau of EMS as the state EMS data manager, the position that Felicia now holds. So 20 years in EMS data next summer. All right, so what am I going to talk about today? Anyone want to shout it out what I'm going to talk about today? Oh, good, good. I was going to give you 3 guesses, but the first 2 wouldn't count. Interoperability, here we go. Okay, so when we talk about interoperability, broadly, as we look at interoperability with the rest of healthcare, we're talking, simply speaking, about this process where you're responding to a call, an EMS agency is responding to a call, and they get some information about their patient. So now they can provide more appropriate treatment. They take their patient to the hospital, and the hospital gets information about what happened on the EMS call. And then after their stay in the hospital, EMS finds out what happens to that patient, what happened to that patient in the hospital. That's a great simplification. For example, in the step of sending the EMS report to the hospital, well, you might be sending an EKG, and then you might do a telehealth call, and you might send a set of vital signs, and you might send your full patient care report when it's completed. Right? All kinds of things that could happen in the details there, but generally there's a flow of data represented. This is another way of looking at it, kind of a more technical sequence diagram that was created in the partnership that the NEMSIS TAC put together with IHE USA. IHE stands for Integrating the Healthcare Enterprise, and they're a nonprofit organization that helps to kind of glue together various healthcare data standards into profiles that say, this is how we're actually going to operationalize this stuff. So this is that same kind of thing, just written a little differently. And for all of the steps in this workflow, there are various resources available or not yet available that need to be made. So looking up a patient in a network, that's an IHE patient demographic query. That's available today. Everyone in the rest of healthcare uses it. Finding medical history, medical documents about that patient, that's an IHE cross-enterprise document sharing. And over that document sharing transaction, you're probably going to get an HL7 consolidated clinical document architecture document or multiple documents. In the future, you may get an IHE international patient summary document that's being developed. And not yet developed, one that I'll be working on next spring is a translation, an XML style sheet language transformation, that if you get an HL7 clinical document architecture document, I'll provide a transformation that's a reference of how the data from that document would translate into the medical history, the patient demographics, and the billing information in a NEMSIS formatted structure. Taking your patient to the hospital, sharing your report with them, that's an IHE cross-enterprise document reliable interchange transaction. It uses HL7 consolidated clinical document architecture, or you could use that. You could use today an unstructured document. That's just putting a PDF inside of a wrapper that says which patient this belongs to. You could use a transfer summary. That's an existing standard today that hospitals would recognize. Or you could use a continuity of care document. Those are all supported widely. There's also specifically an HL7 clinical document architecture specification for an EMS patient care report, and that's in production. Hospitals are less likely to know what to do with that document, but that's a type that's available today. And then IHE is working on a profile called the Paramedicine Summary of Care. That's still in draft status, so that's not yet available for production use. Now, in terms of translations, we want to get from NEMSIS to other formats. In fact, I forgot to point out on this previous slide. Let me get back up to this previous one. Everything I'm showing you here is not NEMSIS. It is not NEMSIS. Hospitals don't know NEMSIS and they don't need to know NEMSIS. It'll be our responsibility to support the document formats and the transaction types that they already support. So this is all not NEMSIS. Okay, so run through down to here. Several translations that need to be built out here to translate from NEMSIS, because that's what everyone's collecting their data in, to a format that the hospital recognizes. So there is currently a transformation that I published this summer to go from NEMSIS to an HL7 unstructured document. Now that sounds pretty simple, but it establishes all the precedent for where the information from a NEMSIS document goes to fill the header of that unstructured document about who this patient is. I will then be working on transformations from NEMSIS to a transfer summary, to a continuity of care document, and to an HL7 EMS patient care report. So those are future to be built. These transformations, yeah, Clay. Those three are not scheduled yet. So we're probably looking a year away for those. Yeah, these transformations are intended to provide a reference implementation that really documents decisions about how NEMSIS correlates with these HL7 standards. And so vendors could drop these transformations into their products. Vendors may build their own transformations using their own platforms, but they'd have a reference to look at to see what decisions have been made about what goes where. And then finally, to get the outcomes back from the hospital, you need to do a query for that. So you can use the IHE cross-enterprise document sharing profile. And you're going to get from the hospital probably either a discharge summary or a continuity of care document. I published earlier this year a couple of transformations that will digest either the discharge summary or the continuity of care document and transform it into the outcomes section of a NEMSIS EMS dataset patient care report document. So if you can get the hospital outcomes in one of those HL7 formats, then there's a transformation available that it tells you how that would transform into the outcomes section in NEMSIS. All right, so that's what's available. Oh, I've got one more. Okay, then the stuff you all know, right? You send it to the state. You use NEMSIS Web Services and NEMSIS EMS dataset. That's the only piece of this whole flow that's NEMSIS, is at the end there. And it goes to the state and onto the national database. Okay, so today, I want to focus on this piece here. So everything out there is non-NEMSIS. The piece I just added here in the yellow circle, yellow blob, is NEMSIS. It's where the agency sends their report to the state and the state sends it to the national EMS database. The piece that we're looking at here is you've already perhaps sent that EMS report to the state. The state has already sent it to national. And now a few days later, you get the hospital outcomes. We need to make sure those hospital outcomes get injected in and that PCR gets resent to the state and then to the national database so that those outcomes reside with the agency, with the state, and with the national database. That's where they become the most valuable, is when all of those entities have those outcomes. So looking specifically at that piece, over the last few years, how are we looking? Well, in 2021, 0.9% of patient care reports in the national EMS database where a patient was transported to a hospital or freestanding ED had either an ED or hospital disposition recorded on them, 0.9%. So that's next to nothing. In 2022, it improved slightly. It went up to 1.4%. 2023, I shared a number earlier this year in the NASEMSO meeting that was actually incorrect. So I've restated the number here. 2.6%. So last year, 2.6% of PCRs in the national database where a patient went to a hospital had a hospital disposition or ED disposition recorded on them. So that's where we are today. 2024 is looking like it'll be an incremental improvement over that. Break it down by state. The outlier here, just so you know, is the Northern Mariana Islands, and I have not been able to get a response from someone there, so I don't know what they're doing. If anyone has a connection, let me know. I'd love to talk to them. Everyone else is in that stream down there. I will let you know some of the other high performers include New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Texas, Connecticut, and Virginia. So they're the ones that are up on that top end, you know, maybe in the like over 5% range. Okay, so anyway, the takeaway is that across the country, except for in a few states, we're just not getting outcomes. Break it down by vendor. The first two vendors here are a couple of small products with very, very low record counts in 2023. So I almost considered just taking them out as outliers, but they're in there. The third one is a mid-size vendor. The fourth one is a private EMS agency with its own in-house software. And the rest of you are on the rest of that line. You can see there's quite a few there that have a, you know, maybe around the 5% mark, and then just a whole bunch where we have no outcomes at all or next to none. Break it down by EMS agency last year. There's a few agencies that are getting a lot of outcomes. So that's cool to see. We can learn from them. And then, of course, the vast majority of these 13,000 plus agencies are just on the zero line going across there. So is this a priority? I'd like to ask those of you who are here from states and from agencies, what are you seeing and what are you saying to those around you in terms of the level of priority of interoperability in general and specifically getting outcomes from hospitals? Any states or agencies with comments? Amber from Colorado.
Yeah, this is something that, you know, Josh and I have talked about a lot in the past, but to me, I pitch this as one of the top priorities of things that we can do with EMS data. It's something that comes up even in my stakeholder groups with medical directors and researchers, you know, where the question is always, but how do we know what works better without outcome data? And how can we really improve our care without outcome data? How do we know, you know, even looking at response times, does it actually lead to better outcomes? So if we really want to push ahead to being able to understand our best practices, medications, everything, outcome data is huge. It is a huge hurdle to overcome as well. So appreciate the work that folks are doing, trying to get everyone to understand the priority here, I think is also a big struggle for us.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yes.
Hi, Matt from Massachusetts, and completely echo what Colorado said. It would be huge to have outcome data reliably populated in the EMS record. It's one of the biggest limitations of EMS data for us in Massachusetts. We are constantly fielding questions from researchers, clinical partners, everyone about what are the outcomes? Can we see more about the continuity of care? And frequently we have to do, you know, sort of bend over backwards to make linkages that at best may be like 60 to 70% if, you know, other registries are there, and even those are kind of tenuous sometimes. So it would be a huge deal.
Thanks. Okay, and Jonathan.
I don't have any thoughts on this subject. Jonathan Veit, Beyond Lucid Technologies. I live at the Delta Sky Club. So I would love to pose a question back, if I may. And I don't want to pick up on the two prior speakers. I'm not trying to pick on Amber, because I think she's awesome. But Amber State is one of the only states that has automated EMS data import to both of its health information exchanges, both Correa, now Contractor, and the Quality Health Network, soon to become Contractor. In Massachusetts, there is a statewide system called the Mass Highway and a separate HIE called the Pioneer Valley Information Exchange. Both of them can receive EMS data. So I would like to pose a question to you and to whoever wants to ask. But they are receiving the data. They are receiving them discreetly. Are we asking the wrong question? Are the data fields not coming together? Because, for example, in Colorado, since 2017, those HIEs have been receiving discrete, consumable, and not PDFs, actual bona fide data from charts in real time. Why are those data not being extractable from the hospital that you're? I'm wondering, maybe we shouldn't be asking the hospital. Should you be asking the HIE, for example, to provide the data back since they're receiving them? So yeah, I'm curious there.
Well, I think what I'm going to do is actually save your question, because I'm going to bring up another question about the barriers, why we're not getting the outcomes. So let's save that question for when we get to that in just a couple minutes, and let's open it up broadly to just all the barriers that might be there. Thank you, Brenda.
It's in essence a little bit like a barrier. We do participate in our state HIE, and we get about 69% matches, but we hold that in the repository and we do not put that in the outcome fields because we have multiple encounters that we keep separately. Because it could be that agencies then do follow up a few days later and put outcomes in, and maybe not. Very few of our agencies put outcomes in. So yeah, we have it at the state level, but we don't push it. So
yeah, I'm aware of the barrier there in Florida.
Do that. So.
Okay, great. Well, it sounds like we ought to jump to barriers. So hold on here. Priorities first. Okay, so yeah, Amber and I'm sorry, I forgot your name, in Massachusetts. Okay, both said, yep, it's a priority. It'd be like all kinds of valuable. Well, there's some highlights. There's an agency in Florida, a good-sized agency. They're getting outcomes on all of their transports to hospitals, and an agency in Nevada went from 4% in 2021 to 69% this year. An agency in Texas went from 9% in 2021 to 48% this year. These are ones that well, I haven't talked to the one in Florida. I've talked to the ones in Texas and Nevada just recently in the last few weeks. And this is using national EMS database data. So what this means is they not only got the outcomes from the hospital, they sent them to the state, and the state sent them to the national database. It is a demonstration that the workflow can work. And that's an important thing here. They not only got the outcomes, those outcomes made it into the national database. And that's the metric that I'm using. Another agency in Texas, 15% in 2021, then dropped to 1% in 2022, and then up to 32% in 23. So I asked them what happened, and they said, well, we had a trigger in place to resend our records if they get updates, and that includes outcome updates. That trigger somehow got modified. We didn't notice that until we were transitioning to 3.5. So we went ahead and fixed it in 3.5, and we went ahead and resubmitted all of our 2023 data to fix that issue. So that's what happened there, a simple thing. And then one that I'm really interested in following right now is the state of Maine. Jason Oko is the EMS data manager there, and they are working on a statewide HIE integration that includes data flowing to the hospitals and data flowing back to EMS.
They launched that in January, and they've been gradually ramping up and getting outcomes. So last year, 2023, they sat at 0%. And by the end of the first quarter, 24, somewhere in there, it looks like they were up like around 4%. So I'm going to wait for the end of the year, kind of watch where Maine goes with their statewide integration. So that looks promising too. Back to these numbers, 0.9, which I shrunk so you can hardly see it, 1.4, 2.6. All right, Clay, do you want me to push the button and tell them what your goal is? All right, here we go. There's Clay's goal. By the end of 2025, so that's a year from now, Clay wants 60%. All right, so tell me why you can't do it. But let me put a couple parameters on this. One, I personally believe that we can't do it. So just putting that out there. And two, when you tell me why you can't do it, I want to hear about the barriers for you. Okay, so you as a vendor, or you as an agency, or you as a state, I don't want you to tell me what other people's barriers are. I want you to tell me what your barrier is. And I want you to be brief. I hope and I think that what you're going to tell me is things I've already heard, but what I'm doing here is making sure that I'm not missing something, right? So if you tell me something I've already heard, I'm going to acknowledge it, but I'm going to move on to the next one as well. And then if there's something that I feel like I need a little more info on, then I'll have you bring that out. But I just want to make sure we run through the barriers. Lots of barriers exist. I want to make sure I have good awareness of them. Okay. Chip, you had your hand up. I don't know if it was to answer my question the way I framed it, but okay. Barrier number one, cost. All right. Barrier number two. To Melissa in Washington.
Yeah, there's a big vendor in my state collecting outcomes and they're not sending them to us, even though I've asked multiple times.
Okay, simple thing. They're getting the outcomes. They're not resending the data to you.
No, and they're running reports with ED disposition, so I know it's not lost in a PDF.
Right, you know it's there. Okay. Barrier number three. Okay, Jay.
It's surprisingly, my largest hospital, largest facility jumped on the point to be accepting the records and working on starting to send stuff back. My second largest facility in the state that has multiple hospitals turn around and says, oh yeah, we're kind of interested in receiving your records, giving something back, but it's probably going to be at the end of next year. No really reason why other than, yeah, it's just one of those things. But here's the caveat that just cracked me up. We're going to hire somebody that's going to scan the PDFs and attach them to the medical records.
Nice.
Yeah. Instead of just doing the automated thing, they're going to pay for somebody to do that. Blew me away.
Okay. Thank you. So in your case, maybe we're going to need to dig in and figure out what's behind their slow timeline. What's the actual barrier behind that? That's odd. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Frank at CARES.
Yeah, I think if you had a hypothetical registry that had a high percentage of outcomes, or even a state repository back to vendors, a simple file, not a NEMSIS XML file, but a simple format to say, here's the UID of the record, and here is the two fields you want, or whatever fields they have, but not this huge validated standard file that's so difficult. If you want to obtain 60% back to the agencies, back to the National Repository, I think that's an essential element.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Right now it's embedded in a PCR, so it can't have a separate life cycle. Thanks.
Yeah, and it flows the one direction. It all flows one direction.
All flows one direction.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. NEMSIS is really designed as a one directional flow, and all of a sudden we got to have it coming the other way. Okay. Yeah, Amber.
I still need to echo cost because it is very expensive. But I think there's a lack of just technical wherewithal from some of the HIUs out there and understanding how to implement this. I think there have been times in the past we're sitting on calls that they didn't even know that their own entity was doing it in another state, much less how to do it in our state.
Okay, so these HIEs, they're exchanging data all the time. It's just that they have a lack of familiarity with specifically with EMS data and how to engage with EMS maybe. And okay. Mark from California.
So California's done this with grants for probably the last 5, 6, 7 years. It's been quite a while. And the biggest thing that we ran into was patient matching, because you really need to have an MRN number for that patient at that facility, but then you also have to have an encounter number, because just having the MRN number won't help you. You need to have the encounter number so it comes back to that actual event. And that was very difficult. We went through testing of scanning the paper face sheets so that we could get the MRN number in, because they fat finger it all the time. But not all hospitals are doing that anymore, because now they feel that that's a HIPAA violation to have put out this piece of paper with any of this information on it. So we were doing and getting some, but then it's kind of all dropped off again because of cost.
Okay, patient matching and
Yes.
number 9, cost. Okay, Chip from New Hampshire.
From New Hampshire, Chip from New Hampshire. So New Hampshire doesn't really have a statewide HIE at all. So basically we have to deal with each of the hospitals or some little hospital groups that may be all part of a parent group, having to work through the technical challenges, the security, risk management, all those folks for each one of those groups. And then going back to, how do you identify? We have different services using different software. So it's great if I would do it with my direct entry people, but what I do if I have somebody using any other software, how am I going to get them to get the MRH and encounter number to connect all that? So
okay,
just a lot of technical barriers in cost.
Okay, so point-to-point connections are a barrier. Oh, cost. Okay, cost. I hadn't heard that one.
I'm sure that one came up.
And then if you do it at the state level, how do you get it back to the locals?
Right. Yeah, it just becomes a very piecemeal process.
Okay. And Jonathan? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Clay, up to the front.
Just wondering, for the vendors in the room, recognizing cost as a legitimate barrier, would the vendors identify other barriers?
Yeah, vendors, other barriers besides cost. Okay, Jonathan decided to comment.
Now I'll say something. So how do I put this simply? I think it's important that everybody be up to date, because, for example, with all the love for Mark, California has moved well past the problems of the past. The data exchange framework, which is statewide now, has 15 fire, EMS, and CP agencies. They do not have the same problems that the SAFER model had back in the day. There are, the QHIO model in California, the QHIN model in nationally. The Chaney is doing work on this in New York. Good. There's just a lot happening. Last week, there was a whole conference. I don't know if you were there, Josh, but the Civitas conference was a conference of HIEs where EMS, I got sent multiple messages from multiple people saying EMS was a hot topic, including in Arkansas. Someone over there was from Arkansas earlier. They were a feature because of what Little Rock is doing with NEMS at the share registry and what Michigan is doing on a statewide basis. So I would just ask, from a vendor perspective, I love putting on that hat, is everybody current on what's really going on in this fast moving area? Or are we talking about stuff that's kind of 3 years old?
Barriers that are already addressed.
They've been addressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. And it's incredibly hard to stay up with that. I agree. But Jonathan, I'll call on you as a vendor. Are there other barriers than cost for your product to provide outcomes back to patients?
Yeah. So what barriers do you face? So
Yes.
there's a bunch that you feel like you've overcome, but what do you still face?
Well, I think it ties back to that same point. So I don't see a whole lot of barriers other than, quite frankly, mismatched expectation. We've talked about this for in the interoperability task force, I think, and I don't remember if you said it here, apologies, but you were phenomenal in being able to specify that data transformation is important, right? That it's not, e-outcomes doesn't exist in the HL7 data set. I don't know if you addressed that. If not, feel free to please do it.
I did while you were out there.
I apologize. I was talking about drugs. So to the degree that if the expectation for the last 3 years has been that somehow there's going to be a magic export of NEMSIS data from a hospital, that presents a barrier. It's not a technical barrier, actually, to Chip's point. It's actually a barrier in expectation, right? Some of those are being addressed right now. In February 2024, the Office of National Coordinator and I forget who else, NHTSA, but it worked with SAMHSA to align 42 CFR Part 2 and the HIPAA High-Tech Act. That changes everything because prior to 2024, hospitals could not export protected classes of data. It doesn't matter how nicely you asked or how much PWW sent in a bulletin saying you could do it. They couldn't do it legally without violating SAMHSA rules. That is different in 2024. The information blocking rules that just went into effect, that change, point-to-point interfaces are now really circumspect and under high scrutiny because of information blocking rules. And there's a whole lot associated with that. That's a 2024 change. So Clay, I completely empathize. This is a very fast moving area. There's a lot of people working on it. So to the degree that it's a lot to learn, but these problems are being actively solved by the day and new ones are coming up like the particle health epic fiasco. Yeah. So people need to understand that just saying there's a problem, if you ask again now, you may get a very different answer than you got 12 months ago to this day because of those federal changes.
Okay, Clay.
Oh, no, I was just, I appreciate your opinion. I wonder if other vendors could chime in as well. Recognizing cost as a barrier, are there other barriers that I know there are several vendors in the room that are collecting outcomes, right? And have large warehouses with outcomes. And so I'm just interested in what their barriers.
If you're getting outcomes, but you're not sending them. Okay, Sean, go ahead. From emergency networking.
Yep. So for us, not offering a health data exchange ourselves to hospitals. So we do work with some of the other vendors, but obviously our customers are not getting any of the outcomes back to our system. They'll gladly accept them, but they go log into a separate portal to get those outcomes, which are never passed back to our system to be shared back to you all.
Okay. Yeah. They're getting locked into some portal somewhere, not getting back to you, to the system that you provide to your customer. Getting outcomes, but not sending them. Oh, Joe from Image Trend in the back corner there.
Hey, longtime listener, first time caller. No, I think just maybe this is oversimplistic, but, and we'll dig into this too on our side, but maybe one of the things that we could think about is re-triggering automatic sends upon additional fields being populated at every level. And what I mean by that is when we ping HIEs and get outcomes, it could be 5 days after a call has been posted to the state, and then subsequently posted up to NEMSIS. So I think that's one of the things we could certainly take a look at. And just curious if any of the other vendors have any thoughts on that topic.
Some of the barriers are really tough and some of them are really technically simple things like that. Okay, in the interest of time, I want to make sure that I get a couple links to you. One is this one here. This QR code will take you to a wiki site where we've been documenting all the work that was done in the EMS Interoperability Task Force over a year and a half, 2023 and the first half of 24. Every time that task force met, the next thing I did after the call ended was I wrote something in the wiki and we documented these barriers. Luckily, I didn't hear any new barriers that I wasn't aware of today, other than cost, of course. No, that I knew about that one too. Specifically on this step of getting the outcomes to the national database, if you've already gotten them, my guess is that maybe we have outcomes on about 15% of PCRs around the country total. If we could at least get from 2.5 to 15 in the next year, that's cool. Maybe we can get towards that 60.
So various barriers that come up there that people have talked about, and the responses to those barriers are all documented on this wiki page about getting but not sending outcomes. So NEMSIS wants them, states want them. We just heard from states today. Hospitals have really chatty data feeds. They send a whole bunch of data over a period of time. How do you handle that? That's in the wiki page. They use codes that don't match the codes NEMSIS uses. That's in the wiki page. How do you parse admit versus working versus discharge diagnosis into the NEMSIS structure of ED versus hospital diagnosis? Short answer, send them all, and we'll get better as we go. That's in the wiki page. So I recommend viewing that page. If you're a vendor and you're getting outcomes and you're not sending them, then here's some suggestions how to overcome that. Hopefully we can fix what Melissa talked about, and she'll get those outcomes at the state level. Okay, so that's one. And then this last one, this year, we created an interoperability page on the NEMSIS website that serves as kind of the portal or launching point for everything related to healthcare interoperability. So it's under the Using EMS Data menu on the NEMSIS website, and then you'll see it at the bottom of that menu. And that's a great jumping off point for interoperability. It'll take you to that wiki site and several other resources. Depending on your level of technical expertise, you can kind of pick the resources you need. For the broad audience in this room, I would really recommend that wiki site, where I've really tried hard to make the language accessible and to describe the current state of things, the future state of things, and how to address some of these barriers. So Clay, I don't know if I can promise 60%, but let's see if we can really make some significant strides from that 2.6 that we're setting out now. And let's come back to the annual meeting next year with a different number. I'm excited to see what that number will be. So thanks, everyone.
All right. Well, what we're going to talk about, since they find my slideshow here, the next topic is national custom elements. And we have been, everybody knows about the state custom elements. Everybody knows what a custom element is. And then this year we've developed a couple more national custom elements. And so everybody might be familiar with what we did with COVID, right? We created the dates, right, in a response to COVID. We created, did you travel? And what dates did you travel? Those were national custom elements. And those were some of the first national custom elements to really come out to be responsive to things that were going on and emerging stuff going on in the EMS industry. And so now we have added the COWS score. We have added the RAS score, which is, the clinical opioid withdrawal scale. We've added the Richmond agitation sedation scale. And, oh, perfect. There we go. And these are all not out of the brain of your NEMSIS tax staff, right? These are worked on with NASEMSO's Data Manager Council Custom Element Subcommittee. Okay, so they are the ones who are going to know that there is an emergent issue going on in EMS, and they're going to hear from their medical directors and their agencies and all the people in the Office of EMS in their state that something's going on and we need to figure out how to collect data so that we can address it. Right? So one of the questions we've been asked a lot lately is, what is the difference between a regular custom element and a national custom element? So a local or state can implement any custom element that they would like, although we would like care taken in the implementation of those custom elements. They can. That is how the structure is set up. A national custom element, if a state uses it, should be implemented exactly as written, right? And there's a reason for that. The reason the national custom elements are out there is so that you're all doing it the same way. Number one, your vendors are more likely to be able to get that into your software quicker for you, right? Because everybody's doing it the same. That's one of the expectations. The other reason is you guys can compare apples to apples. None and no, while very similar in a list, may mean something different. So if you change those values inside a custom element, it makes it a unique custom element, and you can't compare the data. So what was the expectation when we came up with the national custom elements? The states and local agencies could implement it with no changes, making it easier on the vendors. The vendors would be able to provide those national custom elements to the state or local agencies with little to no cost if implemented as designed. And that's real important. Change a comma, change a period, change a letter. It's no longer the national custom element. You need to do it exactly as is. The NEMSIS TAC would work with NASEMSO DMC to utilize national custom elements when necessary to respond to emerging events, meaning we would not come up with a national custom element for whether or not your patient had blue eyes, brown eyes, or a deep furrow brow, right? That was the expectation. And oh, well, that's the wrong version. Sorry about that. So, well, you guys get to see what my notes look like there. During the pre-conference, what was discovered is not all the states are implementing the national custom elements as is. Concerning the national custom element will be used too much, right? That will develop a national custom element for eye color and things like that. And then also wanted to bring about the things that came up in the vendor conference and from the state data managers conference yesterday, Tuesday in the pre-conference environment. So pretty much I was surprised at how much they had in common with the custom elements and the concerns over the custom elements and the use of the custom elements and the development of custom elements. It was surprising and pleasantly so, right? There wasn't a lot of battles about that. They liked the idea of the national custom elements on the vendor side. They liked the idea of national custom elements on the state side, right? Because you get those comparisons across state lines. You get those comparisons between like agencies. You can look at those. The one thing where everybody also had in common is we don't think they're being implemented the way we all thought. Remember the expectation versus the reality? So the expectation was they would be available in all of the vendor software because they were a national custom element. So they could be turned on or off as a state or agency needed them, right? And that's not necessarily the case. That's not what's happening today. That they would not come up, and so far we've done just a couple of national custom elements. So, that we would not overuse national custom elements. But it is a great way to get something that you need in place within the NEMSIS standard. Bud products is a perfect example of that, right? We're having a lot of conversations about that right now. Custom elements might be a way to get what we need, the national custom elements, so that everyone's doing it the same way when we get to that point. And that's what the national custom elements were for. So what we would like to do is hear more now that the group is all together. We've got agencies, we've got vendors, we've got states all in the room. We'd like to hear other thoughts that you're having about the national custom elements. So we should have some mic runners around the room. We've got Chad from Kansas. Oh no, he'll get the conversation started and then other people will want to comment on what Chad's got. So I appreciate it.
I don't have thoughts. I have questions though. So just for our knowledge purposes, we try with the DMC, like one of our goals is to make sure that there's not duplication with various elements, this and that, especially as they're having different vendors customize stuff on their systems. And is there things that we can push up to be national custom elements? Are the vendors required, if there is a national custom element, are they required by NEMSIS to build those out and have those built? Or is that only something they need to do if they have an agency that wants to use that national, or a state that wants to use that national custom element? So are they required to have it built already and ready to go? And are they tested on that? Or is there flexibility in them only being able to do that if a state or agency wants it?
Hey, Sally, can you bring Clay the mic, please? So I can tell you as part of compliance, one of the things we heard from vendors was that they would like us to use national custom elements for their testing during compliance. And so we have done our best to do that so that they're tested on the national custom elements. Not every single one yet, right? We haven't done that yet.
Yeah, and Chad, I think the question is a good one. It's a little bit rhetorical though, right? I mean, we'd hope if we'll try to only develop a national custom element if it's a true, strong desire among the majority of states in the country that this is something that we want to do together. Then I think vendors have a very strong motivation to implement it because there'll be multiple states that are wanting to use it. So we're hoping that that question is kind of answered organically, I think, hopefully. What?
Hang on one second, guys. Get mics so we can all hear. James from Sensio.
Yeah, it's James from Sensio. Yeah, what's the quantitative measure on that, right? So if you're only looking at a couple of states that want to collect that, you know, as opposed to say 30 states. So
yeah, we talked. That's a great question, James, and we've talked about that, right? Is it 30 states, and what if there's only 29 that want it, right? I mean, we don't really know how or if we should try to quantify that, but it's a great question. I think when this all happened with COVID, we were in March of COVID, right? And then it was just, oh my gosh, you guys have got to do this and you've got to do it yesterday, right? So we did that. Now we're in a situation like cows where folks wanted to have that, but I don't know that a lot of states have implemented it, right? So we're trying to circle back around and kind of rally the troops around this idea that we'll do it, we'll be very judicious with it, and if there's many states that want it, right, we'll do it. So I think like the fervor we've heard during this meeting about blood transfusions, there'll be things that we just will end up doing, right? Because it's the right thing to do, and it's the right time to do it. So,
and I think it's one of the reasons why we've really partnered with NASEMSO and the DMC, the Data Managers Council, and really started to work with them because they're going to know when those emerging issues are coming up, and they're going to help us with this. So if we're talking to Amber and we're like, hey, we heard about this blood transfusion, and she says, yeah, 40 states are really going to start, you know, wanting to know how to document this. We're moving this forward. And then she comes and she says, hey, 2 states want to know if they're blue-eyed people. You know, then we have that whole conversation. But it's that whole partnership with the states that will make the national custom elements a success. Are there any other questions or thoughts or? I can't see the time, but I'm thinking that mine were all so awesome that no one had any comments to make, and I went through them very, very quickly. All right. Well, thank you. If you do have any thoughts or comments or concerns, we always have the help desk open. We do know that there are some people who do not want to talk up when they're in a group. I get that. Send in an email, open a help desk ticket. Just let us know. If we don't know that there's a question, we can't answer it. And if you have that question, I'll bet you at least one other person in this room has that question too. Before anybody panics, seeing a poll up here, if you were here for last year, there are only 3 questions. All right, so there's only 3 poll questions in this presentation. And there's not 2 days worth of poll questions. We're going to talk a little bit about validation rules in the national schematron. During the V3 implementation calls, I put out a call asking anybody and everybody who had thoughts or issues with national schematron rules that could explain them and explain why they have issues on the national schematron rule, or a state rule that they're having issue with, anything like that, to send them in. Let's talk about it, and then let's bring it to the V3 implementation call where all stakeholders will have a chance to talk about it and review. So we did that. There have been 5 or 6 of those validation rules that have been discussed. 3 of those are going to be voted on today. And sorry, our laptop is a little older and it doesn't know what to do sometimes. So we're going to talk about some of the results that we got from our conversations on those V3 calls about some of the state schematron rules and the changes. And so I just want to put it out there for those of you who submitted, a great big thank you. Thank you for participating in the process. For those of you who discussed it, thank you for helping us come to different ways to resolve the issues that we're having. And for those of you who have rules but have not sent them in because they really didn't think they'd get talked about, please know this is where they're going to get talked about. This is when we bring it to the EMS stakeholders, and this is how changes get made. right? So please submit those validation rules. We want to talk about them. We want to hear about issues. And
How many people does it take to work PowerPoint? There.
all right. All right. So apparently when we have a poll inside a PowerPoint, this computer just does not know what to do. All right. So types of schematrons and validations, most everybody knows this, so I'm going to go through it fairly quickly, just in case for anybody that's going to view this later. National schematron is mostly warnings. The only things that you will see as errors in the national schematron are things like you can't have a not value and a real valid value at the same time, right? If you said it's not recorded and you put yes, that doesn't make sense. Right. And so that's pretty much the only errors that you're going to see. Pertinent negatives in a couple of them, things like that. Everything else is a warning. State schematron, states can make their rules more restrictive than the national rules. That is up to the states. That's why the states have a schematron. States can create validation rules around optional and recommended elements. We do talk a lot about this because we try very hard to make sure that states recognize that unless there's an out sometimes, if a field clinician does not always know the answer, you need to be very careful how you write those rules, right? And then local schematron agencies, and we do have some agencies that create their own local rules to satisfy local needs, right? They can do that as long as they meet all of the state requirements, the national requirements as well. So you can make rules stricter, but you can't make them looser. That's the best way to think about it. All right, so this is for our poll. Hopefully this QR code is big enough for your phones to work. If not, you can join by the web or you can join by text, and I'm going to give you just a moment to go ahead and do that. And then we're going to start talking about these 3 rules and a couple of options on how to resolve it, right? The issues. I still see a few phones up, so just a few more seconds.
Yeah, we're going to start that 1 second.
Perfect. So we're going to switch between the web and the presentation, and that way everything will work. That's why Kevin stayed up so that he could help me, because your technical support person cannot do this all by herself. All right. So we
everybody should see it. You should be see results. You good? Okay. Perfect.
Did it go ahead and go active for everybody? Okay. And then let's go back to, yeah, we got to go back to that so that I can tell them all about the rule we're going to talk about. All right. Okay. There we go. So the first one we're going to talk about is NEMSIS 036. Destination, patient transfer of care, date, time should be recorded when transport disposition is transport by this EMS unit, this crew only, or transport by this EMS unit with a crew, with a member of another crew, right? You're all pretty familiar with those. We were asked to talk about this because it seems like unnecessary documentation for calls where the destination is home, dialysis centers, etc. This is a situation where they may be forcing medics to enter documentation that they may not know. And so when we discussed this on the V3 call, implementation call, the suggested change that was put out there was add to the rule a new little caveat, right? E-disposition 21 type of destination is hospital emergency department, hospital non-emergency department bed, urgent care, or freestanding emergency department, right? And leave the rest of the situations up to the state to decide. All right, and now we'll switch over to the web so everybody can vote. There are 3 different ways that you can answer this question. And this is when I get to change my view. You can say no change to Schematron E036. It works perfectly fine. You have no issue with it. You can add to the rule the type of destination as hospital emergency department, hospital non-emergency department, and freestanding emergency department. Or you can add all of the ones that were in that explanation on the page before. Those are the 3 options. So the first one is just hospital emergency department, non-emergency department, freestanding ED. The other one also includes urgent care centers and the third one. Oh, it's in B. I apologize.
So state it again, Jen.
So B is the full list from before that was on the explanation. Hospital emergency department, non-emergency department, freestanding ED, urgent care, and this is why my other one. Yep. All right. Urgent care and freestanding ED. The C option only has the hospital emergency department, hospital non-emergency department bed, and freestanding ED. Those were the suggestions that came from the V3 implementation calls where we talked about this role. Okay. And then we can go ahead and go to the next one and we can look at the results. We'll share the results of everything on a V3 implementation call. All right, so the next one that we talked about on the B3 implementation call was the NEMSIS E025. Unit left scene date time should be recorded unless unit disposition is canceled prior to arrival. I did include the data dictionary definition because that did change in version 3.5 from version 3.4. In version 3.4, it included the words with patient. In version 3.50, it's the date time the responding unit left the scene started moving. Right. So that was the big concern. That was a lot of the conversation right there. So the reason for review of the request is not all states require a unit left scene date time when there is no transport of a patient. The definition was changed between 3.4 and 3.5. So removing with the patient from the definition changes the way some states might have wanted to have a look at that value in that element. The suggested change to the national schematron rule was to remove the warning from the national schematron and then now allow states to include a warning or an error in their own state schematron and make up their own mind. Because there are states that don't require that element, and so they're getting a warning, or even if they do require it when they have a patient, but our rule now requires it even when they don't have a patient. And so that was the crux of the issue that they had wanting the review, is because their state does not require that unit left scene date time if there is no patient in the back of the unit. We could do that. Yep.
Jen?
Oh, yep. Chip from New Hampshire.
So Clay, one of the operational issues is if you're getting a CAD feed for those times and it's a non-transport, then you either get in service or you get left scene. CADs can't generate both. So we're having a real problem with all the services who the CAD would say they're in service, but then the crews would have to go back and manually copy that in-service time into that left scene time. And so basically we just kind of said, forget, we're only going to apply it for when there's actually a transport. So there was a pretty big operational issue with our CAD services.
And so Clay, are you saying that there could be a different change suggested for the national schematron where we just add the dispositions that indicate
that was just shared indicates that wouldn't fix it.
Okay.
Right? Chip. Oh, yeah. So that would be a fix. We could fix it to add with patient. Like it was in 3.4.
Okay, so what we'll do is we will not vote on this. I'll put that change in there as well, because I want to give everyone that option as well if they think that would be a better way to do it, address it.
Right. But is the question for this going to be whether it's dropped as a national element or not? Well, then I think you could just add that caveat that if you say keep it as a national, we'll fix it.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay. Let's go ahead and move to the next question. So yeah, we'll go ahead and vote. So if you vote no change, just know that we can update the rule to include when there is a patient in the ambulance or the unit. All right, so you should be able to vote on that. All right. I bet you that changed the way that people voted. All right. We'll give everybody just a few more seconds. Okay. So you can keep voting as long as the window is open. All right, we got one more. Perfect. All right, so the last one that was talked about was NEMSIS E186. Transport disposition should be recorded when unit disposition is patient contact made. So the reason they asked us to talk about this and review it was non-transport units when the unit departs scene before non-transport units. Non-transports when the unit departs scene before transport decision, and states not allowing a not value can force agencies to guess whether or not this patient was transported. So the suggestion was none. National rule allows not values. The states are restricting the use of not values in some states because they want this element answered. The suggested changes to the states that make the Schematron rule is to request that they allow not values when E disposition 29 crew disposition indicates that someone else transported the patient or that they just don't know whether that patient got transported. Possible changes to the NEMSIS standard that were suggested. E disposition 30 change. So that is the transport disposition, right? Change the simple no transport to no transport by this EMS unit. And the values all show up when you get to see the slide for voting. All of the values within E disposition 30 do show up. And this would be a change for the next version, right? E disposition 30, change no transport to no transport by this unit. E disposition 30, add no transport by this unit. And E disposition 30, add transport unknown, right? To allow those agencies that weren't there when the decision was made. Maybe that patient decided to AMA after they left the scene, right? They were going to be transported and then they decided not to be transported. Someone's going to take them in their car or what, or law enforcement took them. Whatever the result is, they didn't get transported. So the voting will be whether or not you want to change anything in E disposition 30 for NEMSIS E136. See the whole thing. Okay. So there's 5 choices. No changes. Yeah. A is no changes. B is add new value of transport unknown to E disposition 30. Yeah, Chip.
For clarity's sake, both when we built these 4 dispositions, and I believe it says this in the extended definitions, E disposition 30 is for the patient. It is not for the crew. The other 3 values are based off the crew. This one is specifically the patient. So it'd be hard to say no transport by this unit because now we're talking about the unit. We've changed the extended definition, the original intent of this particular field.
And that's the exact issue that they brought up, was that they're not sure whether or not that patient was transported.
They shouldn't leave before the transport unit. No,
Well,
no. So, I mean, so maybe transport unknown is a fine value, but as soon as we say no transport by this unit, we've changed the original intent and the
Okay.
extended definition of that field.
So did everybody hear what Chip said? He said, because this is directly related to the patient themselves, if you add, and feel free to correct if I paraphrase incorrectly, no transport unknown, if you add that, you're actually changing what that element is supposed to be collecting.
No, sorry, that's not what so transport unknown would be fine. Transport, no transport by this unit. Now we've tied it to the crew, not to the patient. And we've changed the original intent of this field and the definitions and the extended definitions. The first three are about the crew. The last one, .30, is about the patient.
Yes, and the other choices in that field are transport by this EMS unit, transport by another EMS unit. So I hear what you're saying, but it also makes sense to have no transport by this EMS unit. And then maybe the discussion would then be, you know, if it's no transport by any unit. Waiting right now.
So how do we know that the patient wasn't transported?
Well, I think that's the debate, is what we're trying to capture here. Because there would be times that, you know, mentioning that they would never know if there was no ultimate.
Oh, that's why I'm saying, like, the transport unknown is probably a reasonable value here. But as soon as we've completely changed things, and now we just don't know potentially if the patient was transported by anybody.
You want it first? Go ahead, Sam.
So Samantha with ESO. I have heard consistently from providers in the field that if they're running multi-tier specifically and they have to leave the scene, they are uncomfortable with saying no transport. You know, I am 100% behind the transport unknown, because that is something they can absolutely answer anytime that they're having to leave early.
Yeah, and speaking from experience, in New York City, that happens all the time, to where, you know, a BLS unit gets on scene and they call for ALS. ALS gets there, takes over patient care. The BLS goes back in service, has no idea whether or not that patient's transported or not.
One more piece to think about. I'm not sure that having both B and C is a great solution, because this is a one-to-one field, not a one-to-many. So if they didn't know if the patient was transported, would they select transport unknown or no transport by this unit? So I think we have to choose one or the other.
I was also thinking that no transport by this unit might get rid of some of the, I mean, this we could also probably address with education, maybe people who select no transport because they didn't read the other option that says transport by another EMS unit carefully enough, and then they say, oh, I didn't transport the patient. So they just click no automatically. And if it's no transport by this unit, I mean, I don't know if it fixes their ability to read the correct answer, but it might.
Sounds to me like we need to have another conversation on a B3 call about this one. Frank?
Yeah, so I just think the unit can always answer no transport by this unit. But if you put transport unknown on the list, it's just a weird way to say other. It's going to get a lot of choices. I think we can talk about it more though, for sure.
Chip.
Okay, that also produces a whole bunch of complications, because if a unit doesn't say that the patient was transported, I use that to trigger them to put in the destination to the best of their knowledge, so the hospital can see that first responder record and the transport record. If they don't have that destination, they can't see it. So so every non-transport unit is going to answer for every single call, no transport by this unit. Pretty much no matter what they do, even if there's no patient contact, they're going to ignore all the other stuff and just put this in as an answer. Because I can guarantee you there's fire departments that are going to just default that answer, and it's always going to be no transport by this unit. So we then lose the ability to cue them to put in what was the destination. And we've lost all that by doing that.
We also run into some issues with some of our agencies when they say no transport by this unit. They're very confused on what to fill out for final patient acuity. Because they'll often say, we don't know what the final patient acuity was. We didn't transport the patient.
I believe in 351, we adjusted the verbiage in final patient acuity to take care of that.
Well, the problem is most of the people don't see the actual, the clinicians in the field don't actually see the definitions. They see the questions. Oh, the title was changed? Okay.
So the title was changed on E disposition 19. Oh, Michelle.
In addition to what Chip said for no transport by this unit, in our state, only BLS transports. ALS rides on the BLS unit. And I mean, technically we call it transport, but our ALS guides would always choose no transport by this unit, which would mean the hospital would never see an ALS report. I mean, we could kind of do it with training or change our label, but that option for us would not be really good.
Are there other thoughts or comments? And we are going to go ahead and have a vote on it. Oh goodness, all showing up there. So. And then D, which you can't see up there, is change description from no transport to no transport by this unit. And then E is both B and C, which and thank you everybody for letting us hear your thoughts and your comments. That's exactly the kind of conversation we're always hoping for. All right. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and move to the next one. And as promised, that was the third and final vote. I was worried people would get nervous when I got up here and they saw poll questions. Other results from their validation rules discussions during the V3 implementation meetings. So one of the things that got brought up was that there are some states that were requiring assessments and procedures and medications be administered no later than 5 minutes after arrival at the destination. And they brought up that it can cause issues when there are long wait times, right? And you're reassessing your patient after you arrived at the destination and different situations like that. We have heard from a couple of states that after that conversation, they started to review the rules and think about different scenarios and things that wouldn't fit in. I don't know of a state that has changed the rule yet, but they did start looking at them. So they did hear what had to be said during the conversation, and so keep them coming. Like they are hearing it. They are taking part in the conversation. And then on the next one, the state Schematron requiring patient address, and the states are excluding pertinent negative and not values when there's patient contact. And that has been causing some issues in some places where no address, or it's a foreign address that doesn't fit into the fields that we have available. And the suggestions during the call were, hey, could we take a look at e-patient 22, which is where we have foreign worker or migrant or homeless person listed, and take a look at that to maybe give an exception. If they're homeless, okay, we don't need anything but the zip code, right? Because you know where you kind of picked them up and where they hang out. Maybe you know the zip code and things, but to change the rules a little bit. And a couple of states did actually update their rule, and they added e-patient 22 to it to take a look at that. Because they heard what you had to say and they heard that it was causing issues. They don't want the EMS clinicians making up stuff just to get it to pass any more than you want. They want to make up stuff, right? They want good data when they're looking at it. And so those conversations did have a good effect. So I put the call out to everybody here. If you have heard somebody grumbling about a national Schematron rule, you've heard someone grumbling about a state Schematron rule, talk to your state and talk with them about it. If you want to know like what verbiage to use, give us a call. We'll help you figure out how to make the argument so that, you know, that's okay. We are happy to do that with you. That is what your technical assistance center is here to do, right? Is to keep the data, get it good quality data in on the front end so that we can use it on the back end and feel confident in the results that are coming out. So that is our presentation today. Do you have any questions? Again, QR code, our help desk. Please don't be afraid to use it. And I think you all know how to get a hold of us. All right.
All right, next we're going to hear from Randall with NASEMSO.
All right, so I get the joy of talking about the National Facility ID. This has been a discussion that we've been having throughout many different meetings, data manager councils, custom elements. We've talked with our vendors, our billers. We've talked with our states. We've talked with just about everybody we could talk to get as much information as we could. So this is the slide that I've been using to sort of represent what I consider to be one of our issues. And I always ask, what is the system of truth here? So we look at the two facilities. One is Southeast Iowa Regional Medical Center, and the other one is Fort Madison Community Hospital. We notice that they're at the same address. We notice their destination codes are different. So the question is which facility is which? Which is the right name? Which is the right address? Which is accurate? Some of the challenges that we've been having here are these facilities. They open, close, change names, move. They kind of go all over the place, but we have a lot of our agencies who are transporting across state lines and maybe losing visibility on some of those facilities that they're transporting to. We have a lot of other types of facilities that we are not having the same codes for. We kind of talk about transporting to a patient's residence or to an alternate care site, where every state has a different destination code that makes it very difficult sometimes for our vendors to select what the proper one is. One of the other challenges that we've asked is what is the impact on other systems? So if we change all of our destination codes, we add some type of numeric to it or some type of text field to it, how does that mess with our hospital integrations, our data marts, all the work that's kind of operating in the background? The other question is, how often do we update this list? The facility is open today, it closes tomorrow, there's a new facility, it opened up. How quickly are we able to get those done? And not all states document all types of facilities. So not everyone does the nursing homes or dialysis centers. So some of our opportunities here would be to align the destination codes using the state code and a national code. That's been one kind of theory out here where you can continue to use your state pattern, however you're using it, but we would add some type of identifier at the national level to give everyone one source to look at. Proposing a new data element to kind of maybe describe, did this facility, open and close, change a name, what happened to this facility that's still at the same address? The vendors would not have multiple codes for the same facility. The data set would be uniform across the nation with the code, the name of the facilities, and the physical addresses. And then we would have better visibility on our out-of-state transports. So the data managers, like we said, we've been going all over the place. Everyone's given me suggestions of CMS numbers, MPI numbers, adding a state abbreviation, lots of theories out there. We haven't really settled on one. We've just kind of openly discussed them. So Amber did such a great job of kind of wrangling us all in. And instead of us sitting there and continuing to talk about the same thing in a circle, she was asking us, well, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Who needs to be in the room to help solve this problem? What are our next steps moving forward? And are the generic codes like the patient residence, is that an issue for our vendors to be able to find? So it's not necessarily the point of questions. It's really more of a point here now to sort of openly discuss what maybe some of the opportunities could be to sort of assist everybody to move forward in the proper direction. I only used one state as an example there, or I'm sorry, two states as an example, but this is kind of a process across the nation where we're seeing different people using different numbers in different facilities. And we don't even know if they have a facility listed on their state website, if that's still accurate with the current state that they're in. So really, we're just sort of looking for this, what does this help the vendors with? Is this a method that we should continue with? Is this something that has a big impact on what we're doing? That's kind of what we're trying to figure out here. And as we sort of move this process forward, we'd like to kind of have it solved as quickly as possible and a solution that kind of works for all states. So previously we had mentioned maybe adding the state abbreviation to the front of the numbers. Excuse me. And that would allow, no matter what code you were selecting, it would always be unique. That didn't work out for all states. So that wasn't a direction that we moved. So that's where I'm at. We're at, what can we do to make this destination list finalized, up to date? It's not just a vendor and a technology issue, it's also a data manager training. Making sure that the data managers are working with the fellow data managers to find these hospitals that aren't listed or these facilities that aren't listed. Questions or comments?
Randall, sorry, I must have missed part of the discussion where what ended up happening with state abbreviations not working, because I know we seem like we were pretty far down the consensus trail there, so I must have lost the thread of the discussion somewhere.
Sure. As we reached out to some of our other states, they were actually using that number as a login, and that's what would prevent them being able to change that number. So, Gavin, can you assist me with this? Okay. So Gavin was using his, and I know the full process, but they're using it as a login identification for their members. So if they were to change that, they would change their login ability.
Is it an alphanumeric thing? Or was it just like changing the login? Does anyone remember? Because if it's alphanumeric, we could use FIPS codes. It was a numeric versus alpha. So it was just about changing every single facility at login. Was that it?
Yeah, Susan or Gavin would know more on the exact details, but they were pretty much against the idea. And they were actually one of the few who'd come up with the idea of having a national element that would be unique to all the destinations.
Is there a reason why states can't use the hospital code from another state for, so for example, in Texas, if you're an agency that runs to a hospital in Arkansas, why can't Texas use Arkansas's code?
So what happened there was in the state that I was working in Indiana, the units were transporting to Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and I believe that code was 1181 in the state of Ohio. So as I went over to grab that code from the state of Ohio and put 1181 into my Indiana system, that code was already being used by a facility in my state because it was only a 4-digit number that matched another one.
Is that where we could use the 2-digit state extension to make it unique, but you're not creating hospital codes for hospitals that aren't in your state? In that way, it would make it a little bit easier for those of us vendors who are trying to solve this problem as well.
Yeah, so the reason that we kind of settled on the state abbreviation of, like, for example, Ohio would be OH. When I went to put that into my system, I would never have an OH hospital. So I would always be using that one. And as to say the code is 1181, it would be unique in my system to say OH 1181. My facility for 1181 would then say IN for Indiana 1181. And that would be able to keep it unique. Peter?
How efficiently and effectively would the software vendors be willing to update their systems when a hospital opens and is assigned a new number? Yesterday and the day before, we talked about a 90-day turnaround time on opening a hospital, but in New York, we use Hospital Hub and we use Elite Viewer to get charged to the hospital, and we need those numbers changed within days, not months.
So you're saying that if you had a new facility that you would be able to enter that into your system? And then they would be able to grab that and identify it for the rest of your state? And does your individual agencies put those hospitals in, or does the vendor put them in for the agencies?
prefer it when the vendor puts them in because then they're, sorry. We prefer it when the vendor puts them in, then they're consistently entered.
Okay.
Versus them putting it in. And to go back to your example, is that an O or a 0 before the age? Not mocking the people in Indiana or Ohio do not know the difference between a letter and a number. The O and 0, 1 and L don't help much matters out.
Yeah, I mean, I
We
understand.
have letters before all of our hospitals now because they're 4-digit numbers, but many of them started with 0. So if in, and I'll pick an agency near where I live, if Mohawk Ambulance put in that Albany Med was, 0001 and their charts were going there, but Mohawk Ambulance Service labeled Daughters of Sarah Nursing Home as 0001, we could never tell where the patient was going or coming from. So the charts were being routed poorly. So we implemented a statewide system in 2021 and gave identifiers to the 6 states around us, as well as Cleveland Clinic and someplace in Baltimore.
Yeah, so I mean, really at that point, the vendor would be able to get them in as fast as we can, but we would have to identify them for the vendor before they'd even be able to start that process. So we'd have to be knowing that, if a facility is new, how is the state data manager identifying that? How do we identify that a facility is new?
I notified all the software vendors 3 weeks in advance that a new facility was coming, but I wouldn't have the number until after the identifier was issued by another area within the Department of Health. And we worked with all of the software vendors and they were very helpful. Zoll was the biggest player in that and AIM was right behind him. And making sure that all of we gave them a temporary number and then we gave them all the final number and they went in and changed all the charts and resubmitted them to us. So they're all available on Hospital Hub for that particular hospital. We work directly with our software vendors to be able to make this as effective as possible and to meet the needs of the multiple units within the department. We use the PFI in New York, Permanent Facility Identifier, and that integrates with many other units within the department to tie together for analytic purposes on department-wide. So they're bringing EMS data, matching it to ED data, which arrives 24 hours after the patient is discharged, which also matches it up with Sparks data, which comes 6 months after the patient is discharged, and matches it up with other data points received from other data sources. So for us, maintaining the PFI is important.
So if Texas was the only one that was raising the concern regarding using a 2-digit alphanumeric code in the front of all codes to uniquely identify them, do we need to just check with them and see if they're used as logins? I can see where it may just be a numeric login. And so if we changed it to the FIPS code associated with each state, would that do we need to check with Texas and see if that would satisfy their request?
We do. And so Texas was the state that actually recommended the additional national element of having some national identifier for each of the facilities. Yes.
We still have the problem of identifying all of
them. The other thing that we see too, 1 second, Chip, is the clinician, the EMS clinician, when they're in their EPCR, they choose it by name, not by the code. So kind of one of the situations we ran into is in Indiana, they all called Indiana University Hospital. Then you had to specify which one that directly was. So some of our agencies who were transporting to all of them just had this huge long list. They all said Indiana University. So there was a little bit of a challenge with that too. Chip.
So Clay might have addressed my concern there, but my thought was Gavin basically, like, didn't matter what we do, Gavin can't or won't change their codes no matter what in Texas. So, but everyone else seems okay with it. So I know New York has issues. You should just like tee that right up for me. Okay. I thought you had said you were using your state abbreviations on the front of it. Oh, no, I wasn't suggesting a national. I was just saying like putting the state abbreviation on the front, which I prefer because I would have to go look up and see what the 2-digit meant in what state it was, because it's not my brain.
We need to put in an additional that ties it all together. So software vendors can actually tie together and say, in New York, we use this is the number that's needed by New York. In New Hampshire, this is what we need in New Hampshire. You don't go to your place very often, except for that trauma center in Florida.
Yeah, well, what can I say?
Together based on the state. They're going to. Oh, sorry. So in New York, I still need that state identifier on there because it interacts with other systems within the state. So, but if we tie it so that, and Samantha Helge was the only one to stand up and ask a question about it from the software vendor standpoint. So kudos to her. You know, if we have the two fields in New York, this is what this has to be. You know, they have to set up the logistics on the back end and we give them as much advance notice as we can. But they need to be willing to make the changes efficiently and not in 60 to 190 days. I suggest putting letters. That's the part of that.
So what do folks think about that? The
We have
national code.
one more, Clay. Question in the back still. Sorry.
Yeah, Frank from CARES. So I always thought like the state data set really solves this, but it's missing an attribute on the e-disposition O2 field. So if you put the GNIS, the FIPS code of the state as an attribute in e-disposition O2, then you're saying this code came from this state data set. And it essentially, you know, you can still use the code you always use, but now we have additional information about it. We don't take every destination at CARES, we just take hospitals, so our scope's a lot smaller, but the state data set really solves the majority of these. I'm not saying we never have one, but I always thought that attribute could really solve this.
So Frank, wouldn't we still have reoccurring numbers?
Yeah, you would have reoccurring numbers, but they would always have an attribute with them. So, you know, you might have 111 in state 06 and in state 30, but you would know that which state they go with.
I don't know how the provider would know though. I'm trying to figure out how to use that attribute. Frank, how do you use it? Because you've got to have hospitals across the country that have the same number.
Yeah, we do. And we just put them in the state. So, you know, if the agency transporting is in California, then we only match them against codes from the state data set in California.
Oh, because you know.
Yeah, we know the agency's file came from California.
Yeah, you know that the patient and hospital and everything is California all the time.
Yeah, and I think if it were in the XML in the disposition 02, you know, as an attribute, then anyone who got the file would know this one's 06, it's California. So look only in California for 111.
This is Sri from Florida. This is a two-parter. On the first one, we prefer using FIP codes instead of alphanumeric because we already calculate our codes. On the second one, if we change our facility codes, isn't that a burden on agencies or vendors because they have to go through and reconfigure all those systems out there?
It is. And that's why we're trying to work with our vendors at the same time. Is this a solution that we can solve together? This isn't like, let's just throw some work on them.
In some cases, vendors can, but in some vendors, they let agency have to configure their system. Vendors won't configure their system.
You're saying they make the agency load the hospital? Or the destination code?
Yes.
Yeah, and so that's actually where that concern comes in is if I'm 5 agencies, where am I grabbing that number from? So when we put that slide up for Iowa, which hospital should I grab if I'm an agency? Which one should I grab and put in my list? Let me just go back to the front.
And we put that all in our state data set, and they can grab it from our state data set.
From Florida.
From Florida.
So you would put this facility, Southeast Iowa Regional Medical Center, in your Florida data set?
No, because we don't transfer to that facility. So
if you have an air unit that would transport there? Sure, we could just do Georgia. We could do a facility in Georgia. I'd have to find one for you. But if you had a facility that say it was.
If that's the case, we say we have another code which says outside the state facility, and we will make them enter the destination address and everything. So they can just enter one ID and enter the information of the facility in there.
Yeah, so you were mentioning you have like a facility not listed or out of state hospital, right? Yes. And so then you're putting in the address, you're having to type it out every time.
Of the facility code.
Yeah, so the theory then would be if you could just grab that Georgia number and put that in your facility. Yes. So you know, that would be like GA 1234. You could put it on your state data set, and then they could just select from that hospital name.
I mean, we could, but if they updated it or if some facility code changed, we won't get notification on that. Right now, we get all our codes from ARCA, and they update it every day to us. And if anything changed or went out of business or came into business, anything, we get it every day.
You get a list from your health department?
Mm-hmm.
So Indiana used to get a list from their health department as well. They had a really great coding system. Then they opened up 5 hospitals, all with the same code on the same street, because alternate care site or like these little urgent cares opened up. So now all of the facilities that they assigned from the Department of Health all had the same number. I wasn't able to separate those out because of the same number.
What we do is we count them as a freestanding ER and we calculate a separate number for them.
You just assign them a random number?
Not a random, there's an algorithm written to it, but we calculate a number for that.
But you're creating that number, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be the same theory as if I'm just creating a number,
yeah, but
what happens?
That number is based on their actual application number, file number, and everything. If there is an algorithm, if it is from Georgia, we will never get their information.
Unless you look at the Georgia data set, right? We work with our data manager.
Yes.
Our data managers are working together to say, hey, everyone, I have a new list, or hey, my neighbor in Florida, I have a new list. We could be running reports out of our systems that, you know, it says hospital not listed. We notice that there's a new address there. We notice that there's a state there. We could do the research to reach out to our fellow data managers that we all work together with to say, hey, what is this new code? How come my agency is now transporting to a facility that's not open? Oh, well, it's not open any longer. Here's the new facility, and they could assist you with that. So this wasn't just a matter of like figuring out a number system and moving forward. This was a matter about like, our data managers also have to be well trained, and we also have to be able to communicate with our agencies. We have to know that if an agency is transporting to this facility not listed in their state, because it's new, it's moved, if they've never been there before, or it's like, let's say it's a mental health facility and we've never transported there before. And now we're going to start transporting these mental health facilities. It's just a matter of making sure that we know that we're communicating from our agency level, that they're up to our data manager to say, hey, this facility is new. Can you assign me a code? Wherever you're going to go find that code from is great. Indiana, we just started making them up because it had no relevance to match any other number. And so there's a process there that needs to kind of just be understood so that we're functioning at the same rate. But yeah, we have to be able to work together to say these facilities are opening and closing. Yeah, one of the questions has come. How often do I update this list? Well, sometimes we have agencies who have to complete their EPCR, let's say in 24 hours. So it sounds like I might have to provide them with a destination within that 24 hours. I don't think that this is an easy process. I think the destination list is actually quite of a bear of a process.
I think this is a regional problem that we should address with our neighboring states. And that's exactly what I am going to do, and we'll report back next year.
Some of the neighboring states have worked together already. Once again, we kind of, as a younger data manager, we were leaning on Chip to see what he was doing. We would reach out to other states to see what they had. We reached, in Indiana, I reached up to Michigan to see what Kevin Putnam had. And I was just kind of like, well, let's see if we can copy that theory. It just made a lot of sense to be able to separate them. So I do know that some of the data managers work together next to each other, the states that touch, but sometimes we have our air facilities, our air transports, and they're going all over. So I do agree, Peter, it's a regional issue, but each region, if they're working together, it just needs to be the same solution per region. We don't want to have 5 different solutions for 5 different regions. Anything else? Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, so the only other thing I don't understand about this is if you're a state and you have some significant percentage of your transports that go across the state line, what is the value of like the other or generic hospital code?
Sure. So the value of that other generic code was, like we kind of mentioned, how fast can I get this destination in? So a lot of times we have this EPCR rule. Indiana, it was 5 days. You had 5 days to complete your EPCR. So if they transported to a facility and it wasn't in my list, they couldn't complete their report for whatever reason, they wouldn't be able to meet their standard of getting this done in 5 days if I didn't provide them with a list or with a number, right? If I had to go talk to my Department of Health, wait for an email from them, do all these things and wait for somebody else to give me a number, I'm not going to meet the 5 days. And it just became a point where they were able to kind of use this as like, well, I'm not able to get my EPCRs done because you don't have a destination for me to pick from. So as we kind of worked this process, people were putting out-of-state hospital or Illinois hospital, Indiana hospital. We would just go through and we would list 56 other hospitals. And I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense, right? Why don't we just have one facility not listed that they could pick from?
And that intent was always for that to be a temporary solution, not
correct
a permanent answer.
Sometimes we don't move from our temporary solution. We just sort of say, hey, everything is working. We're not going to fix it. Right. And I've also seen a lot of times where we're just mapping it to that hospital not listed. So I would see like an address in there. I'd be like, oh, well, this has a code. Why aren't we using the code? So then you have to call them, talk with them, get that code working again. It's just a bear of a process.
Yep.
So what happened to the idea of doing because you had mentioned it, of using like CMS for MPI as the secondary identifier? Because it sounds like, whether it's a login for the state, whether it's the state ties it together, it allows them to maintain the individual responsibility, but then it'd be a universal second identifier that you can't, because states can't make up MPI codes. So obviously that's coming from a CMS source, and using that, there is no input, it's just standard. So it seems like to me almost the secondary solves the standardization, no matter what the state issue is.
And so I believe the issue with the MPI number was that not every facility that we transport to is issued an MPI number. Yeah, so I'm still working about hospitals, great. Rehab facilities, dialysis centers, nursing homes, right? We have all these other facilities that people are transporting to. And urgent cares, alternate care sites. We saw like in COVID where things were just opening up and we started transporting there. We didn't have anything to pick from.
But what's the percentage of those? Because nursing homes, a lot of things have MPI if they bill Medicare. So you have to have an MPI if you bill Medicare, and all those places do bill Medicare. So they have to have a number. So what's the actual realization of folks who don't bill Medicare who don't have a number?
Yeah, I don't have that answer for you.
Couple different points. First is the Schematron 90-day thing was mostly about logics and rules and not specific to facility changes. I also want to say I think Frank's idea of an attribute is good. We can always figure out where we're generating the file for and send it as part of that file. Then my third question or statement here is, if Texas is literally the only outlier, and we adopted this system and we did use alphanumeric codes, could we not identify Texas's because they were the outliers from having that structure?
Yeah, I don't think it's just Texas. We did meet with other states and vendors, and we met with Texas, and when we finally met with them, we kind of paused that process since then to kind of continue to gather more information. So instead of just continuing to meet with different states, so Texas was the easy example because they were one of the last we met with.
So they're not the only ones.
I can't say for fact they're the only ones, but there could be 5 or 6 other states out there that are similar.
Sure.
Yeah.
So New York is similar.
Yeah, Keenan's point's really good though, right? If it's only Texas and New York that's not going to apply, I kind of apply the alphanumeric codes, then we're all unique. We're okay. That's it, right? I mean, there'd have to be some code in New York and some code in Texas that was the same. And that would solve like 99.9% of our problems. So maybe not walk away from that approach. Maybe we need to take a deeper look. And if there really is only 2 states that have the problem, we've kind of solved it.
So then kind of our next question with that. Oh, go ahead, Peter. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. The facility codes had to be in the New York State Schematron because they were not following directions on the facility list, they being the software vendors and the EMS agencies. They were able to easily change the codes that worked for them, but didn't necessarily allow their data to do what it had to do when it came to the state. That's why they're in there. Now, I have Nassau County that has 11 or 13 hospitals and 175 different names that pop out because they allow either internal control or they're not using the naming structure provided on our facilities list. Now, it's across a variety of providers. But why don't we poll all 50 states to find out how they're addressing this particular issue and get examples from all their facilities data sets or 9,000 data analysts in the room? Why don't we pull all of that information, actually use the analytical mind and say, let's pull this as our next step rather than querying people and frustrating them?
Yeah, it's a great next step, Peter.
And I just want to mention, it wasn't necessarily just Texas's reservations with their systems. I think there was a lot of hesitation from state data managers to update the facility list, to have to update every single one of their facilities in their list to meet this kind of national standard, because there's a lot of trickle down impacts. You know, that those numbers come from licensing systems, or they tag to trauma systems, or there was a lot more intricacies there, which is why folks then wanted to see a second data element that's a national facility ID. And that's where I think we got into the weeds there, not simply just that Gavin didn't want to implement 2 letters in the facility code. So I don't want to throw Texas under the bus. It was a bigger problem when it came up in our last discussion.
Yes, and I think if you add an optional attribute, you could do this in a minor release, and you could say, my code came from this state data set. And wherever they got the code from, they don't have to change it, but everybody gets to know where it came from and what the source of the code was.
Your thoughts, comments?
So is what Frank said, is that resonating with folks? Yeah, adding an attribute.
Yeah, so this really was an open discussion to say, like, what can the DMC do? The other ideas that we can bring back. We're going to come up with some more solutions, keep presenting it, keep talking about it, keep working with our vendors, making sure everything is good. I think the only people who didn't have a problem were our billers. The billers, there was no impact on the billers. Is that correct, Jen? Do you remember? Yeah, like we said, we will keep working on this. We'll keep presenting it. It was a really great conversation to have and some great ideas. So we have had a lot of different different numbers thrown at us. So we're going to kind of pick those apart again, and we'll update you. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure about everybody else, but my brain's full. It's not that big to start with, and we certainly have covered enough topics today to keep us all talking through the next week at least. So I put up, or Kevin put up our QR code. Those of you here tomorrow, Clay's going to talk a little bit about the plans for some panels and some discussions for tomorrow. If you have topics that are of interest, please let Clay or I know. As for the last 2 days, I can't thank you enough for all the input. I can't thank you enough for working together the way that you do. I wish all of my federal meetings were this congenial and people work together to get to some kind of resolution. It's really impressive to see the vendors work with the data managers, work with the agency level folks that are here this time, and we see the population of agency participants here at this meeting growing. So that tells me that there's certainly interest here, not only at the federal and state level, but at the local level as well. It is an absolute pleasure to work with all of you. I have to be completely honest. When you go to calls or when you're on calls and we're arguing back and forth about things, it's always about getting to a solution. There are very, very, very few times where I ever see someone who's trying to guard a vested interest or trying to look out for their agency ahead of the rest. And I can't thank you enough for that. For those of you that have not been to Park City, it is an absolute gorgeous day outside today. We're going to wrap up here in just a few minutes after Clay has some remarks. I'd highly recommend that you get out, take advantage of the sites. If you've never been hiking, there's some short hikes around here that are absolutely fantastic to do. Clay's going to talk about the evening activities, and I look forward to seeing all of you there. So again, thank you all very, very much.